What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there. Tuesday edition. We are busy today. We got a lot of Eagles, a lot of Phillies. Dave Dombrowski spoke today. Vic Fangio spoke today. Kevin Patullo spoke today. We're speaking today. What's going on? So the A.J. Brown saga really hasn't taken much of a turn, nor do I think this is going to get crazy. I'll tell you why coming up in just a moment here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You know, one of the things, A.J. Brown, this isn't new, right? This isn't something new for him. This has happened before. And as Rich Eisen said earlier today on the Rich Eisen Show, you know, didn't this all happen last year? Brandon Graham went out and said, yeah, they have a problem. They don't like each other. Oh, I said something wrong. They do actually like each other. No, their relationship has changed. We can say that. It was after the Carolina game. Everything went crazy, and they won the Super Bowl, right? We've already seen this act. Here's the thing, though. We've seen two acts of this play. One, where they won the Super Bowl. They had friction. It was discussed what's wrong with the offense. Passing. It's a very vague description of what's wrong with the offense. What's wrong with the offense, AJ? Passing. Okay, whose fault is that? No real target there. Just a description. What's wrong with the offense? Passing. Is that the passing game? Is it the play caller? Is it the quarterback? Is it the guy, throwing the pass? Is it the guy calling for the pass? Is it the passing design? It could be anything. It was just a vague answer. What's wrong with the offense? Passing. Now, they end up winning the Super Bowl. He had a problem. He said something. It was talked about, pontificated about, and then it went away. A couple of years ago, the team had problems, and it didn't go away. They had internal strife between the coaching staff. Sean Desai gets fired, replaced by Matt Patricia. We had, I believe, multiple during football at 4 that year, multiple times where we were talking about guys in the secondary not talking to the defensive position coaches. I mean, that's not a healthy way to go. So ultimately, these things happen. This is normal. 53 guys on a roster, generally more than that, some on the practice squad. And at some point during the season, you might not get along. But I think the bigger thing here is A.J. Brown himself. This is an internal battle with A.J. Brown himself. Let's go back to the Super Bowl. Let's go back to not only the Super Bowl, let's go back to the days after the Super Bowl, where A.J. Brown essentially admitted that winning the Super Bowl was unfulfilling. It's not what he thought it would be. A.J. Brown might have bigger issues than just tweeting while the team's unbeaten, a perfect 4-0, and that maybe he's not thrilled with his statistical output, or maybe it's not even his statistical output. It could just be he's not thrilled with the role that he had in the victory. Let's take a listen to what A.J. Brown, this was, Josh, you're going to have to help me with, what was the name of the podcast? I got it. I'm sorry. It was on the Kicking It with D. Who is D?
D is a famous YouTuber dude.
Oh, so he's not like a former athlete or
No.
somebody. All right. It's Kicking It with D. He has a podcast on the YouTube platform.
Yeah, so really quick, for those who don't know,
Have you heard of him before?
I had never heard of him before A.J. Brown went on his pod in February. But apparently, according to Nick Earnshaw explained to me months ago that apparently D is a guy who knows a lot of current and former athletes, and that he just kind of like runs in those circles. Apparently, A.J. Brown he used to play with Elijah Moore at Ole Miss, and Moore and Kicking It with D are like good friends.
All right, so he's on the Kicking It with D podcast. Now, this is, what, right after the Super Bowl?
This was 2 weeks after the Super Bowl.
2 weeks after the Super Bowl, A.J. Brown is on the Kicking It with D podcast explaining his unfulfilled social media post. Now, remember, this was A.J. Brown posting on social media after winning the Super Bowl.
Right, within 48 hours of winning the Super Bowl.
That winning the Super Bowl was not all it was cracked up to be, essentially. Here's what he said.
I wrote the post, and it was just like, it wasn't fulfilling. Mm-hmm. It didn't do anything for me. It didn't do a lot for me that I thought, because coming into this game, it's like, all right, we playing for the Lombardi Trophy, and we all adopt that mindset when we first got into the league. This is what we're doing it for.
So there's the beginning of him kind of explaining that what are we doing this for? Right? What is the journey? What is the goal? What are we trying to accomplish here?
Right, and he uses the term adopting the mindset, where he's kind of saying, okay, I got into the NFL, and I've been told, like, this is what we do it for, and I'm buying into that, he says.
All right, part 2.
And so I tried to adapt that feeling. Even watching people win Super Bowl, I'm like, oh, they happy, they celebrating. Then locker room drinking and stuff, doing all these things, and so I'm just like, okay, that's how I'm supposed to feel. And I'm in the locker room, and after we win, like, bro, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do nothing. And I'm in the locker room with a bottle of Spade, trying to drink and
cigars and everything
with my teammates. And so, like, I'm smoking a cigar, like I'm trying to feel how
supposed to, how you pictured it, the expectations,
yeah, you know what I'm saying, my expectations of it, and I was totally wrong.
So Brown is essentially saying, look, I have seen everybody over the years win this championship, and this is what they do. So I am trying to adapt to what everybody else is doing here. They're drinking, they're smoking a cigar, they're doing celebratory things that people do when you win a championship or you accomplish a goal. And he's saying, this wasn't for me.
Right.
Like, it is a odd dynamic. When I remember talking about this and him saying that winning the Super Bowl was not what he thought it would be. And it's all of the things that go with winning and celebrating that he cannot connect with. Is I don't drink, I don't smoke. So how am I supposed to feel euphoria? It's almost like winning is this drug, and people suppress the feeling of the victory by drinking and smoking. And he's saying, well, I can't get to that point. I can't celebrate and get myself to another level. So how am I supposed to be fulfilled by this?
Right, and I think that's where the next part of what he explains is he basically admits, Mike, on the Kicking It with D podcast back in February, that basically winning, he thought that celebrating winning this title was going to give him a feeling, and that he realized that that's not what he's in it for. Take a listen.
This is cool, but I'm ready to go. I'm in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is, I'm happy. I'm ready to go though.
Yeah.
So got back with my family and stuff, and celebrated with my family, which was cool. But it was just like, man, I really love the game, and it ain't for attention, it ain't for money, it ain't for cars, clothes, and not even for that trophy. It's the daily grind, and me putting in that time, and me believing in something that can't nobody see but me.
All right, so that's where I think this one really needs to be broken down. He says, I don't play the game for money, cars, clothes,
Fame.
any of that.
Right.
So if team accomplishment is not why he plays the game or is fulfilling to him,
And if individual, accolades are not fulfilling for him as well.
what is he playing the game for? Well, he says, I do it for the grind. So I guess I listen to that and I say, then I shouldn't be all that alarmed by this post.
But doesn't it also say, well, then why is he posting what he is posting, not just after the Super Bowl, but after the Bucs game, where it's like, well, if AJ's already telling you, I do this for the love of the game, I do this for the grind, then why is he verbalizing something that suggests that he is unhappy with what happened in a game?
Well, because I think he's saying, I did the grind, and then at the end, it wasn't fulfilling because I didn't do my part.
But
it's what Nick Sirianni said the other day. He wants to be a part of the win. He wants to be the reason why the team, he feels like he, if you have that bite from yesterday, it was Nick Sirianni talking about when he was asked,
So we'll play. So the question that's given to Sirianni, we'll play the question with the answer, because they basically ask Sirianni, do you even think A.J. Brown wants to be here? And Sirianni answered this way.
Is it your understanding that AJ still wants to be here?
Yeah. Obviously AJ is very important to this football team. I know he wants to contribute. And, do the things that he's capable of doing, but yeah, he wants to contribute into these wins. And he's had a couple games where he hasn't been able to, and for different reasons of why we haven't but I question nothing about, his desire to play great football, his desire of being a good teammate, his desire to be here.
All right, he wants to contribute in these wins. So the grind is, I grind, we play this game, and then if we win the game and I don't contribute, what was my grind for? Right?
To which I think there are a lot of people out there who would say, well, AJ, when the ball is thrown to you and you don't catch it, you had 9 targets in the game. You walk away with 2 catches.
I wouldn't say all those throws were great. But.
No, they weren't. But there were a couple of them where AJ could have definitely caught them, and he didn't. So it's like there was that one route he basically just quit on down the sideline.
And he's certainly right. He does not look like all the routes that he's running 100% full speed with this, hey, I have a goal of accomplishing, and to do so, even if I don't like this route, I'm going to run it to the best of my ability.
Right, and that's where the disconnect is, where it's like he's saying, I do it for the love of the game, I do it for the grind. And it's like, all right, but then when the game hit on Sunday, you weren't playing like you were doing it for the love of the game.
A.J. Brown, after the game, Super Bowl victory by the Philadelphia Eagles, he explained that he didn't feel any different after winning that Super Bowl. Take a listen.
Elijah Moore, my dog.
Yeah.
We always talk about after the game, like, how you feel, bro? You just went off. And I'm like, normal. And so I kind of removed that mentality, like I'm on top of the world after the game.
You have to, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You have to. And you got to come back down to 0.
Or else you right here all day, every day. You right there.
And even if you do have the worst game ever, you have to come back down to 0. It's just something to learn from. Mm-hmm. Even if you have the best game ever, it's something you got to come back down to 0 because you got to learn from it. And I just kind of adopted that mentality, and I didn't know how to cut the switch off. Like, we just won the Super Bowl. And so I'm just feeling like, all right, what's next?
What's next? So he wins the Super Bowl. He says he's unfulfilled, and the only thing he can think about is...
What's next?
What's next? And now he's in a season where he feels that he's not contributing and the team is winning without him.
And that's where the concern is, Mike. Is it's not that A.J. Brown's a bad guy. It's not that A.J. Brown is, he doesn't want to win, or he doesn't want to try, he doesn't want to work. It's that this is an individual who sounds like someone who's got an internal issue.
Well, he's
verbalizing externally.
He's looking at this high-paid player. I do the grind, the sacrifices I make to be great, and yet I'm not contributing. That's the word that Nick Sirianni used, right. So I'll echo it. He's not contributing the way that he feels he needs to, and has expressed himself to people, whoever, and they're not listening to me,
right? That
I can do more to help us win. Use me more. I can do more. It's like somebody having all these talents at work, and you tell your boss, hey, I know how to do X, Y, and Z, but they're only using you for X. And you're saying you're wasting me.
Right.
And then you become unhappy. Right? I have so much more that I could offer my employer as A.J. Brown. He said it right here, that people don't understand the sacrifices that he makes to be great.
You know, a lot of people kind of got upset about it, but you know, you really don't understand it because it's like I make so many sacrifices for this game, and you do it on a daily basis. You know, I'm insane to my family. You know, I'm insane to people who watch me on a daily basis. Do these things, and it's like I'm gonna do this every single day because I'm devoted to my craft.
So he said, people in my family think I'm insane. You almost make your family secondary to your sacrifices.
Right.
All of these audios, and by the way, this was after they won the Super Bowl. So this podcast was
2 weeks after.
So about 7 months ago.
Yes.
So this isn't like he was recently on this podcast. This is the audio from the podcast after they won the Super Bowl. And I remember hearing him say this and saying, like, is this such an outlandish take that you win the Super Bowl and you cannot be fulfilled by that?
I don't think it's outlandish, but I do think it brings up a different level, a different set of concerns because, you know.
Well, do those level of concerns infiltrate this season?
It looks like they are because.
But I guess then the next question would be on the onion, peeling the onion here is, do those concerns infiltrate this season? And do the infiltration of the concerns, are they strong enough that they could wreck this season?
I think they don't have to wreck this season if they don't let it. Like, it's the idea of how you handle something matters. Like, how do you process it? How you is A.J. Brown having a conversation, like a real conversation with Hurts and Patullo and Sirianni, or is he just telling them everything is fine?
He did say in the podcast how this could possibly be rectified. This is how he explained what gets him going.
The part where I get the thrill from is like when somebody challenged me and try to take what's on my plate.
Dog mentality.
That's my fix. That's my fix because like, how dare you think you about to take what I worked so damn hard for? Right. And so that's what get me going. That's what get my blood going. Like, you know, and people kind of took it as took the message the wrong way, saying like it was on some selfish stuff. But like, it's like, nah, like you just don't understand.
So he's saying people take me as selfish stuff. Is this supposed to be? Should I listen to that and say what he's doing is not being selfish? He's just expressing himself, and this is the way that he has done it in the past. So I should not take it all that seriously.
I think the problem is that he thinks it's not selfish. But the reality is that the way he is expressing this is selfish because, you know, if he says what gets him going is to be challenged, well, if you know what gets you going, then part of your job as an adult, as a professional, is to go to your boss, to go to your coworkers and say, hey, man, listen, this is how I tick. This is how I function. You know, this is what, you know, gets me excited or gets me going. And I need you to lean into that because if you want the best out of me, this is how you get it out of me.
609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. A lot of texts coming in here. Let's go to Matt Cape May. Says, Mike, I think if A.J. Brown were racking up stats on a losing team, you wouldn't hear a thing from him. Typical diva wide receiver. I'm tired of it. I wish the Eagles were able to move on from him and get something good in compensation. It takes away from all the other positives that the Eagles are doing and being about. That's from Matt and Cape May. So you're starting to see people take a side here, and it doesn't seem to be AJ's side.
I think the only pushback I would have personally for Matt and Kate May is that we've never seen A.J. Brown on a quote-unquote losing situation, so I don't know if that's true or not. For all I know, if A.J. Brown was, let's say he was on the Patriots right now, right? A team that does not have a winning record. I don't know that he wouldn't be happy or not because I don't even think AJ.
What was their record in Tennessee?
I'll put up.
I mean, I don't think he was on great teams in Tennessee. I know they had some good teams with Tannehill the one year, but I don't know that his team in Tennessee when he got traded was all that good.
I mean, he wasn't really that vocal down there either.
But part of the point of that is he's never been elite of the elite receivers in terms of statistical reverence.
So they were 12-5, 11-5, and 9-7 when he was there.
Okay, so they were good, and then the one mediocre season.
His last year there, that was the year Tannehill threw for almost 4,000 yards. And what did he have? Let me pull it up here. He finished that year with 5 touchdowns and 63 catches. That was the Derrick Henry offenses where everything was built around Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I mean, even in Tennessee, if you go back to any of his A.J. Brown's years, he really, in the Tennessee years, I mean, his best statistical output was 1,075 yards. He did have 11 touchdowns in 2020, but his best 2 years obviously came in Philadelphia, 1,496 yards, 1,456 yards. But his Tennessee years were not great. Now, those teams were winning, but I don't look at this, Matt and Kate May, and I don't throw up the alarms. I just think this is AJ, and it happens every once in a while, and it's annoying. We try to read into it, and then whenever AJ talks, he's going to flash that smile and just be like, it is, that's just me being ultra competitive, and I want to do more. I really think this is not going to be a big deal. Now, if I'm wrong, I think 2023 could infiltrate. If I'm right, I think 2024 could infiltrate.
I think the difference, though, is that in 2023, it wasn't just A.J. Brown. It was the entire offense that kind of had a mutiny against Brian Johnson. Because remember, the players admitted later, we were calling plays that Brian Johnson
they were going
wasn't.
rogue. The Seattle game, I mean, they basically called their own play. A.J. and Hurts went off the script, and Hurts ended up throwing an interception that cost him the game. Got this text that says he's an adrenaline junkie. He'd better find some happiness before retirement, or he might be headed for trouble.
And I think that's where my concern is, Mike. I think there's something deeper here with A.J. Brown that, this is a guy who has said on a different interview, he says, it's not a mental health thing. Well, you sound like you got a little something going on there because, you look at other professional athletes and most people who play professional sports who have his level of success, they're not acting the way he is. So there's definitely something very different going on here.
609-403-0973. If AJ plays for the love of the game, then he wants to be involved. He loves catching one-on-one balls as much as anything. It may sound selfish, but he also can't help it if he doesn't enjoy his role. Yeah, I get that. And that's why I'm saying, I understand if he doesn't enjoy his role and then he voices that every once in a while. He's a human being, and he's saying, I want to be a part of this. I want to be a bigger part of this. And by the way, the Eagles are crazy to suggest that they don't need A.J. Brown to be a bigger part of this. And then their answer would be, we won the Super Bowl. Well, guess what? They won the Super Bowl with A.J. Brown being a big part of that. Now, the games that you won during the regular season where he was not a big part of it, I think I talked about this earlier. The schedule this year suggests you're going to need more of A.J. Brown because Saquon's getting taken away. The teams that you're playing are more accomplished. They're better teams. The Lions are better. The Packers are better. The Broncos are playing better. You're going to play teams. You've already played 3 teams that made the playoffs last year, and you beat them. But I think to continue winning these games, you can't rely on block field goals, block punts, Bucky Irving fumbling, Baker Mayfield throwing an interception, CeeDee Lamb dropping a pass, Travis Kelce dropping a pass. We're talking about elite players in this league.
Right. And I think that's where, for many people, if A.J. Brown was having these conversations behind the scenes and not putting some cryptic Bible verse on Twitter, I think people would feel differently.
Yeah, so my initial takeaway would be this. Am I concerned about it? No. Is it annoying? Yes. How about you guys out there? 609-403-0973. We got the baseball playoffs going on right now. It's 1-1 Cleveland and Detroit in the wild card game. Tonight, the wild card is on 97.3 ESPN. Red Sox, Yankees, right after the Sports Bash at 6 o'clock is first pitch, followed by the Reds and Dodgers. Which of those two teams do you want to see play the Phillies? Vote right now at Mike Gill Show. We'll update the poll question throughout the show. Reds or Dodgers? Who would you rather see in the NLDS? By the way, do you know how many tickets the Phillies sold for that game tomorrow?
All of them?
I don't know how many were available, but apparently it was only supposed to be the lower bowl.
Yeah.
and they sold those out immediately. They have sold 29,500 tickets, which is more fans that will be at their game on Wednesday than 4 playoff teams averaged for home games this year.
Sounds about right.
Keep doing it. Keep being wild. Keep being weird. Keep being outlandish. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hear from Vic Fangio coming up in about 15 minutes.
All the talk in Philadelphia is whether A.J. Brown should be on the Philadelphia Eagles. Should he be traded? Should he want to leave? And I don't see any sign of that within the team. We have to wait until we hear from A.J. Brown. Let's not put any words in his mouth. I think it's really important for the man to get an opportunity to speak besides what he says on Twitter. So trading A.J. Brown, or whether he wants to be here or not, I think it's sort of like, as my children will say, Dad, that's a false narrative.
Sal Paolantonio said that on Get Up this morning. False narrative, trading A.J. Brown. I don't think the Eagles are at that point yet. Now, John McMullen was on the show yesterday. He said for the first time he thinks the Eagles could actually think about it a bit after the season. Why are we paying this guy all this money if we don't really need to use him to win games? Sounds crazy, right? We have this unbelievable weapon, but I think that's crazy talk. Because ultimately you do need him to win games. You can't run your way to the Super Bowl, especially the way you're running the ball right now. The Eagles have to be cognizant of, hey, we can't get a blocked field goal twice in the same game every single game. We can't block a punt, have it bounce perfectly to Sidney Brown and have him return that for a score. Can't happen. You're going to have to start getting contributions from others. And A.J. Brown's going to have to be one of those others. By the way, the last I checked, A.J. Brown played a pretty good game in the Ram game. He was pretty darn good in that game, right? It wasn't like he's been completely irrelevant every game. He had 6 catches for 109 yards. He caught a touchdown. He had 10 targets. In the Ram game, he had 10 targets. Against Tampa Bay, he had 9. He had 8 against Kansas City. So the targets are there. He's getting the ball thrown to him. The Dallas game on opening night, he had 1 catch, 1 target for 8 yards. That's not going to get it done. But if he has 8 targets and 10 targets and 9 targets, at the end of the day, if those are the numbers he keeps piling up week to week to week, they got to figure out why 2 catches for 7 yards is happening. Why 5 catches for 27 yards is happening. So the targets are there, but are these the proper targets? Are they putting him... Andy Reid, I got to do a better job, got to put you in position. Well, are they putting him in position? Because he is getting targets.
And that's the criticism that people like Mike Mayock on the Believe in Eagles podcast or Dan Orlovsky at NFL Live have brought up, that the Eagles need to do a better job at putting A.J. Brown in a position to be successful. But to your point, he did it for one game, the Rams game, but he didn't do it last week. So is that a byproduct of the offense? Is that a byproduct of the coaching?
Dallas Goedert said something the other day. He said that the tush-push variation play that he scored on,
yes,
that play has been in their playbook for 4 years.
And John McMullen confirmed that to you yesterday.
Right. Well, I'll take it from Goddard, not to slight McMullen, but the fact that I'm sure Goddard told McMullen, if Dallas Goedert comes out and says, we've had this play in our playbook for 4 years, and we've never used it. There's a couple things that come to my mind. Why now? Why that game? Why is that the time that you decide to pull that play out? 1. 2, how many other things are they just holding on to? How many other things are they saying, you know what? We're doing what we're doing so well that we don't even need to show you other things yet.
But the problem is they're not doing some of those things very well.
But they're winning. So we're not going to show you these things until we have to.
But are they winning in spite of?
Doesn't matter. They're winning. So why am I going to show you something I don't need? I don't have to show you this because I'm not losing. There's no reason for me to do more until I need to do more.
So then is that something you need to explain to A.J. Brown? Be like, look, bro, we're winning.
Well, I think A.J. Brown is, as Nick Sirianni said, he wants to contribute. But Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen Show explained this morning right here on 97.3 ESPN. Hopefully everybody's enjoying hearing Rich Eisen on the radio station. We've already seen this. This all happened already. It happened 1 year ago.
A.J. Brown, 2 receptions, 7 yards on 9 targets in week 4. Fewest yards in a game for him with 6 or more targets in his entire career. The Eagles are undefeated in all of these games. If you didn't know, you got the tweet? This is what everybody's talking about. If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene. Shrug your shoulders and be on your way. Here we are again.
I'm going to keep talking.
Last time this happened, hold on, I have it written down here. Last time this happened, the Eagles, wait for it, I have it written down, won the Super Bowl. That's the last time it happened. I wrote it down. They won the Super Bowl. Go for it. Let's do this again. Let's reprise this.
Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen Show here on 97.3 ESPN. This happened already, and the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Can history repeat itself, or is it now becoming a nuisance?
Can it repeat itself? Yes. But is it also simultaneously a nuisance? Yes.
Dan in EHT brings up an interesting point. He says, A.J. Brown is misunderstood. He is a perfectionist. Most people aren't like him. Brown is trying to get better, and he is not satisfied. Is he a perfectionist, or is he a psychopath?
Both. Because most perfectionists are psychopaths.
But it is a take that he's a perfectionist. He feels that, but if that's the case, if he was a perfectionist, then he wouldn't run his route like a half-ass.
Exactly. And when the ball comes to him, he would catch it. And if he didn't catch it, he would be very upset about it. You know, like, for example, when Derrick Henry fumbled that ball a couple weeks ago, he almost broke the bench on the sideline and, like, almost fell over. Like, there's an way you express yourself when you're a perfectionist.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, for example, I know that I have a bit of a perfectionist tendency. And, Mike, you look at me sometimes like I'm a nut job because I'll get angry about something. And you'll even sometimes think, Josh, you need to relax. Like, you know, it's not the end of the world. You know, so there's not a part of AJ in terms of his outward expression that says perfectionist to me.
That one I have a hard time with because I'm probably not on the perfectionist scale. Is that on a scale?
Yeah, you're more laid back than I am.
Very laid back. Although, like, you know, I coach baseball, and we will practice pickoff plays for 20 to 30 minutes every day and almost never use them, but maybe one time the whole summer. And it's that one time
that it matters,
that you need it. Can you execute it? And in our World Series run, we didn't use our pickoff plays more than maybe once or twice the entire summer, but it worked both times because we focused and practiced them for a half hour to the point of it being almost annoying because you're losing attention spans working on the same thing every single day, but you have it in your playbook is the point. The Eagles, obviously, John McMullen talked about it yesterday. They pay such attention to detail. He said, I've never seen a team practice ball security as much as they do. So maybe they are just so overly what's the word I'm looking for?
Is there maybe a fatigue?
No, I'm saying that the Eagles are very, but that would play into AJ being a perfectionist. Like if they were so overly, I'm blanking. But they're so overly into their attention to detail.
Attention to detail.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Keep the text messages coming. I'd like to hear from you guys all throughout the day here today. AJ, just be happy. Pharrell Williams said it best. And I think he will be. I think this will be – they played Denver. By the way, Denver last night looked pretty darn good. They got a good defense. They got a good offensive line. Their quarterback's way better than I thought he was. Their receivers are meh. They're okay. They make a lot of mistakes. They drop passes. That defense is very good, although Cincinnati's so bad. So bad. They can't block. They can't tackle. They can't catch. They can't throw. These are all problems when you're playing football.
It sounds like the Bengals will be a part of your 5-5 Ugly Fives.
They might be. When we come back, Vic Fangio talked about how the team performed without Nolan Smith, what kind of role Nakobe Dean might have when he's ready to return. How about what he has to say about Kaylee Ringo? That might surprise you. It surprised me. War Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 246 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. You'll hear from Kevin Patullo, the Eagles' offensive coordinator. That is coming up in the next hour, plus Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. But right now, it is Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio on the team's effort against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Vic, when you have two rookies starting, do you kind of go into it knowing that there's going to be bad plays, but you're going to get the good plays too? How do you kind of approach that?
Bud Grant used to say, for every rookie you play, you can add one to your loss column. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's what he used to say.
What's your two explosives?
What's that?
What did you say in the two explosives that you gave up, that you guys gave up?
Bad play.
Any context to it? Any teaching points?
Yeah, a lot of teaching points.
That you can share?
I'll leave him alone.
Should Makuba, does he have to play the man there? And Reed's kind of in front, he's in back. Is he the guy that has to play the man there?
No, he has to play his deep zone.
What do you attribute right now to the lack of sacks from your edge rushers right now?
I don't think our rush has been bad. The ball's been coming out pretty quick at times. I haven't felt an epidemic during the games when I'm calling them that our rush isn't good enough. So, sacks are sacks.
Are those simulated pressures with Bond? Is that in response to Nolan Smith not being available, or is that something you were planning on?
No, that's just part of what we do.
A couple of weeks ago, you were talking about Jahad Campbell playing off ball alone and
playing what?
Off ball alone, letting Bond kind of be on the edge. It seems like that was something he was able to do this week. What have you made of Campbell's progression and the trust he's earned to be off ball alone?
Yeah, that hadn't happened.
How do you think Keeley held up?
Huh?
How do you think Keeley held up?
Good. Thought he did good. I mean, he can be better. The true test for him will be to see how he improves. But overall, did good.
Would you like to keep him there even when Adorie's healthy?
It's possible.
What did you like about his performance, and what areas did you see for improvement?
He was pretty sticky in man coverage. Like to see his tackling improve. One thing a guy has to learn that has played predominantly special teams is tackling on defense is a lot different than tackling in special teams. So, but I'm confident he can improve that.
If I can ask a big picture career question, the last time the Eagles played the Broncos,
I may choose not to answer it.
That's fair. That's fine. You were on the other sideline. How did that experience as a head coach help you as a coordinator in the years after?
Playing them?
No, just the experience with Denver. How did that help you as a coordinator?
I was still the coordinator there. Okay. So it was just one of 25 or 26 years of being a coordinator.
With another body going down, elbow's injury, are you comfortable right now with what you have in the edge rusher room? Do you think you need outside upgrades?
I think we're good with what we have. The numbers are dwindling. And if we need more, I'm sure Howie will get something done.
What have you seen from Aziz Ojulari in practice of late?
What's that?
What have you seen from Aziz Ojulari in practice of late?
Yeah, he's been practicing good.
Was Makuba playing almost exclusively that safety spot just because of the personnel usage, or are you going to stick just with him there?
Right now, he's playing full time.
What are the factors that had Aziz inactive for the first 4 games?
Well, special teams plays a major factor in that when you're talking about either your fourth or fifth guy, if you have five dressed. So that's a big factor.
What have you seen specifically from Uche and Za'Darius since he got here?
I thought Za'Darius played his best game since he had been here, which is expected, and I think Josh is improving too, and I'm pleased with where he's headed.
What have you seen from Quinyon in his year 2 so far?
Good. I thought he played very well the other day. I told him I think it was his best game since he's been here. He played well.
You haven't yet, but what will you look for Jacoby's eligible to come back here. Is he ready in your mind? What have you seen, and how would you describe what he did for this team last year?
Well, he played great last year. Besides being the signal caller guy and being a leader, you can't be a leader if you don't play good. And he played great for us last year. As far as where he's at now, either this week or next week, he'll start his practice window, and then we'll see where he's at.
And then what are the challenges that Bo Nix presents?
He's a lot like Baker Mayfield. I think he might be Baker's younger brother. Really good. Really, really good.
Cooper DeJean, his tackling, what kind of luxury is that? Have you had many corners in your career that can tackle like Cooper?
Well, he's playing mainly nickel. So that's an important part of the nickel position because you're playing so much of it anymore on the early downs. So that's part of the job description, and he does a great job at it. We're thrilled to have him.
When you say Mayfield's younger brother, what similar skill sets do you see there?
Well, you just watch Mayfield. I mean, he's a scrambler. He's a competitor. He'll throw the ball in tight places. He runs their offense really well. I think Sean's done a great job bringing him along. And they got their quarterback for the future. They looked long and hard for many years, and have got one.
What kind of role do you see for Nakobe with Zach and Jihad also healthy once Nakobe's back?
We'll see when we get there. I don't think we're there yet.
I'm sorry. When you were talking about Campbell, so like a rush at the start of the second half or Bonds rushing off the edge, is that more Campbell's getting help inside if he's not?
No, I wouldn't consider that where he's off the ball, by himself.
Do you think right now Jihad has the requisite skill set right now to play on the edge more? Like, is there a possibility Jihad plays the edge and Nakobe plays on it?
Not right now.
The quarterback aside, a few of the blue chip players there, you were a big part of bringing there. How much have you paid attention to what Denver's done in the past few years?
Not too much. I still have good friends in that organization. I wish them nothing but the best, except this week. Sean's a friend of mine. I think there's only about 8 or 9 players left from when I was there. And they're all good players. So not too much. That's, what's this, 2000? It's 4 years down the road. Those are dog years in this business.
What kind of problems does Sean present?
He's an excellent play caller. They're very multiple on offense with multiple personnel groups, multiple schemes from the play standpoint, but yet still has a good bit of old school in him, and they'll run the ball. They like the power game and the run game. He's really good. He's tough to go against.
It's pretty clear that Jalen Carter's been dealing with that shoulder injury. How do you know how much to play him as he deals with that?
Yeah, I think it's something that every now and then will really sting him, and we got to get him out for a little bit, and then I think it calms down and he's able to go. But yeah, there's no doubt he's fighting through an injury, and thought he played well the other day in spite of that.
When Sean got there, he tried hiring you or was interested in hiring you.
Why you're like the stir?
I'm curious how much you paid attention to that, or
paid attention to what?
Consideration you paid to potentially going back there as coordinator.
I didn't. What you guys have missed, not just you, but everybody, is, we gave up a 65-yard field goal and a 58-yard field goal. These kicking balls that they changed this year have drastically changed the kicking game, field goals in particular. So it's almost like they need an asterisk here, like it was the live ball era, or the asterisk for those home runs Bonds and Sosa and McGuire were hitting. The way they've changed the ball, the NFL, the kicking ball, has drastically changed the field goals.
Is the shape different?
No, the kicking balls, and you can ask Clay about it when he gets in here, but in years past, the officials would rub them down, or other people would rub them down, and you play with them. Now the balls are in-house all week, and they kick those balls that they've had, and nobody else touches them. I mean, the guy in Dallas is going to hit a 70-plus yarder this year. You can just book it.
Does it change the way you call?
Yeah, I mean, who thought they would hit a 65-yarder the other day? So it's drastically changed the game, the kicking game and the field goal. Guys have longer range than they used to. Kind of like Brady Anderson with the Orioles. And we went from 15 homers to 50 in 1 year.
He used performance enhancing drugs.
I am insinuating.
Hank Aaron's still your home run champion.
He is, definitely.
There's Vic Fangio, a little humor at the end there. Brady Anderson, remember that year? He hit the 50 homers.
Yeah, it was like 1995, wasn't it?
Never did it again. Never came close. Wasn't very good.
It's a good pull by him.
But he did break down a couple things. Kaylee Ringo, he said he thinks he could stick at corner even when Adoree Jackson is back. He thinks he's played pretty well. He thinks the pass rush has been okay. How come Ojulari hasn't been out there? He said special teams. He doesn't play special teams. So if you're not going to be a special teamer and you're not one of the top rotational guys, that's going to hurt you. Zadarius Smith played his best game of his Eagles career. He mentioned Makuba, that he will probably be out there full time. They're not going to be rotating Sidney Brown in there, it looks like, as well. And they did mention the kicking ball thing and how that has drastically changed the game. I agree with that wholeheartedly. You'll hear from Kevin Patullo next hour. But first, who's in, who's out on the way? All right, 301 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're going to hear what Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo thinks about this whole A.J. Brown situation. That's coming up in just a couple of moments from now on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And don't forget tonight, 6 o'clock, first pitch, Yankees-Red Sox, followed by the Reds and the Dodgers right here on your home for the baseball playoffs, 97.3 ESPN. Before we get to Kevin Patullo, let's get into this week's edition of Who's In and Who's Out on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, this hour of the show and Who's In, Who's Out is brought to you by Jenkins & Sons Plumbing and Heating. For HVAC, plumbing, or drain cleaning, call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandSons.com. All right, Josh, here we go. Here's this week's edition of Who's In, Who's Out on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Do we think we have a lot of changeover this week? Do you have a lot of changeover?
Well, I definitely have one change in the AFC.
One in the AFC.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, I've got who's in the AFC East. It is the Buffalo Bills.
Same.
I got to go Steelers.
Coming to the dark side with me. I went to the Steelers last week. I'm going to stick with them.
I got to go Steelers.
And it's really a shame because I do think Baltimore can dig out of the hole they're in. But right now, when you're 1-3, it's really difficult.
Well, not only are they 1-3, they probably going to lose Lamar Jackson, I would imagine.
At least for a week.
It sounds like at least for a week.
Yeah. John Harbaugh made it sound – because he made a comment, what was it, yesterday, I believe, where he said if we could have brought Lamar back into the game, we would have. But the injury – basically wouldn't let us. So that kind of gives you an idea. That hamstring issue is probably going to take some time to recover.
Yeah, and as we know with hamstring issues, they are issues for more than usually 1 week. I would even be surprised if he doesn't play this week if he's ready to go again next week. So that's something there. All right, in the South, I'm going Colts.
Me too. I'm still going to stick with the Colts until further notice.
All right, and then...
And by the way, we should highlight the fact that just because Houston won a game finally last week doesn't change the fact that they are right near the bottom of the basement with the Titans. Like, they are struggling.
They are. And then this one's interesting now because the Chargers losing to there's the music. I don't know what the heck was going on with the music the whole time.
Technology hates us. It's okay.
The Giants beating the Colts, I think, was one of the bigger head scratches of the week. But I'm going to stick with the Chargers. I think that was just one of those, hey, bad teams win against good teams every once in a while. That's a one that you look back on if you're the Chargers and look at tiebreakers or something,
right?
And you lost a game against the Giants.
Well, the good news is it was an NFC team for them.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if you end up going 12-5 and you could have been 13-4, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. It's a very fair point.
All right, wild cards, AFC. I've got Denver.
Me too.
Kansas City.
Same.
Jacksonville.
This is where my change was. I got Jacksonville in too. I got to give them credit. They have found the way to win games, and I think that team is probably a lot better than we all thought, right?
Well, that means Baltimore's not in the playoffs.
Correct.
Wow.
Well, Jacksonville's 3-1. They got a head start.
Yeah, and one team's 1-3, and if he doesn't play this week, who's Baltimore playing this week?
I will find out.
I mean, it's hard-pressed. They don't win a lot when Jackson doesn't play. They've had a myriad of quarterbacks.
Oh, they got Houston. They got a great defense.
All right.
Cooper Rush versus the Houston Texans defense?
Yeah.
No bueno, senor. By the way, here's the lineup for the next few games. Texans, Rams, Bears. That's the next three for the Ravens.
Okay, they got two
tough games and then a winnable game.
I was going to go the other way. They got two winnable games and a tough game.
So we both agree the Rams are a tough game, right?
Yeah, the Rams are the tough game. You could you could beat the Bears, and you could beat the.
You think the Texans is a winnable game?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're 1-3.
Yeah, but their defense is really good.
Their defense is solid, but their offensive pass rush. I mean, Their offensive line is horrendous.
And they just trade away another starter, which is hilarious.
All right, who's in, who's out on the NFC side? Eagles.
Absolutely.
Lions.
Yep. Well, I got the Packers, but I have the Lions in the postseason.
Buccaneers.
Yep.
Rams.
I saw the 49ers win the division.
Wild card. Commanders.
Yep.
Commanders. Who else do I have? Oh, okay. Commanders. Packers.
Yeah, I got the Packers winning the division.
I flipped the Packers and the Lions this week.
Yeah, I saw the Packers winning the division. I had the Lions making the postseason still, though.
Last one. This is tough. Niners.
So I have the Niners winning the division and the Rams making the wild card, but you can flip-flop them,
Well, you got Seattle 3-1. You've got San Fran 3-1. You've got Atlanta 2-2. You got the Cardinals 2-2. You got Minnesota 2-2. You got the Bears 2-2. So there are a lot of candidates for that last wild card spot.
I would say what makes Seattle interesting is how well they have played the last couple of weeks. I think they have established themselves as Seattle as a team that could possibly get into this who's in, who's out in the coming weeks.
Oh, you're 3-1. If you keep piling up wins, you're going to have to find a spot for them here, and it could be the Washington spot because Washington's only 2-2, and that could be where you're opening this. Could Washington be the team that falls out of this thing?
Who do you think is going to be more negatively impacted moving forward with their quarterback situation? Is it Washington or San Francisco?
Well, if Daniels can't get back on the field, to me, it's Washington because San Francisco has shown they can win with Mac Jones. And you'd be hard-pressed to say maybe they should make the move to Mac Jones.
John Lynch
So that
said,
answer to me is easy.
Well, John Lynch said yesterday that there's a possibility Brock Purdy doesn't play Thursday night because apparently he re-injured the toe.
Yeah, and there was a lot of people suggesting that maybe they just tell him he's hurt. I saw a lot of my 49er brethren on social media saying, hey,
conspiracy theory?
They kind of want Mac Jones. They think that he's maybe even a better option.
Hey, it was documented by multiple people that Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones a couple years ago in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And I said this before. You paid Purdy, and now you have a guy that you might like better than the guy you just gave $200 million.
Which is ironic because you drafted Trey Lance, and then you drafted Purdy, and then it was like, well, we drafted this guy third overall, but we really like the guy we drafted.
That's because the guy third overall didn't impress, and then when Purdy got a shot, he did impress. That's a whole different situation.
But now it's the reverse. Now it's Brock Purdy got the money, and now the guy who's the backup.
Purdy got to a point where he played well enough that you had to pay him or lose him, and they didn't realize that they had another option.
It's crazy.
Yeah. All right, that's who's in, who's out. Brought to you by Jenkins and Sons Plumbing and Heating. For HVAC, plumbing, and drain cleaning, call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com. All right, Kevin Patullo stepping to the podium. A.J. Brown might be a topic of conversation here. Listen to find out if it is.
All right, guys, ready?
Yeah. What went wrong in the second half against Tampa, from your perspective?
Yeah, so the second half, when you look at the game as a whole, we started off the game like we wanted to. We had good pace, good rhythm. We got it going. And I think really sometimes when you evaluate games after the fact, there's obviously things we want to work on to get better, and we know we can be critical of as a staff, that we know we can continue to improve. So I think stepping out of it and looking at it, there were some things, I felt like at times we were just trying to do what we kind of wanted to, and looking back, I think there's some things we can change as far as how we want to approach that situation. But really, it just comes down to just learning from each situation. We've had very unique games to this point, and so I think it's been good to go through that. Early in the season, we've played really, really good defenses, and we've had to adjust accordingly, whether it's second half, whether it's come out in the first half and do different things to try to throw them off. And so I think really it's been a good learning process for us early now, as a coaching staff and players to kind of continue to grow as an offense.
How do you approach your communication with A.J. Brown and handling his perspective?
A.J. and I have a great relationship just throughout the years, being here. We spent a lot of time together. So, as far as communication and getting to him, him and I have had no problem. And I know where, his heart is, where he lies. He wants to win, so he feels like he can do everything and anything to help us at all times. So, as far as I'm concerned, him and I are in a good spot.
There's been a lot of focus on the kind of routes AJ has run this year. Are you using him differently than you have in past years? And do you agree with some of the criticism that he's running the same route a lot?
I think at times, if you look through the first 4 games, he's been doing some different stuff. And sometimes, we've talked about it before, sometimes the ball finds him and sometimes it doesn't, So going into every game, you plan on making sure he's the primary and moving around and doing stuff for him. And if it doesn't go his way, that means usually we're on rhythm or something good's happening. Jalen's reading it out and it's going to other guys, and that can happen. So I think when you go into it, you just want to make sure like, hey, he's the guy, we're going through him, and if it happens, it happens, and you just don't want to really force it.
Through the quarter of the season, what would you say your offensive identity is?
I think, similar to last year, early in seasons, you're trying to figure out, first you're trying to do what you have to do to win the game, right? And we've played 4 teams, arguably, like if you looked at last year, you would say, okay, the Chiefs was a tough test for us. The Rams was a tough test twice last year. And then this past week, obviously Tampa, throughout the history against Tampa, it's not been easy down there, right? It's been tough. So we've had our moments against them. So I think you're trying to do everything you can independently within those game plans to win the game. And so when you're doing that, you're trying to feel your way through it. Like, okay, last week it was this week it was that. And so I think we're starting to feel some things that we have kind of going that's kind of flowed throughout a few games now. And so I think it's just building on that, because each defense in each week presents something totally new. And this week we're playing another really good defense, top tier, really good front rushers. The secondary is good. So I think there's some things we've learned that, like, okay, this is a little different than last year, or, we're kind of continuing on this path, so let's push this a little bit. But I think you just got to look at each game independently, and then you start to see patterns as you start to build throughout the season. And it's great that it's happening now, and not later. And we're playing these tough defenses now to kind of figure this out as we go.
Going back to the second half, it looked like they ran a more simulated pressure in the second half. Do you think that was part of the issue?
I wouldn't say that was the issue. We couldn't get out of first down, and obviously that starts with us as a staff to try to make sure we're more productive on first down and just kind of go from there. I wouldn't say there's anything that they did to us necessarily that was totally different or out of line with what Todd likes to do. We just got caught in situations where he could start to do the things that he likes to do. And in the first half, we were able to not really encounter that because we were on the attack and we got in a good mood to where we were just kind of moving the ball in a good flow.
What's your concern level over the running game through 4 games?
It's funny. I know a lot of the guys have talked about it too. We've been so close on so many runs, and I still think we're still trying to feel our way out, as far as who we are. Each game, especially this first 4, right? We had so much history with these teams, so they know our personnel. They know a lot of things that we've done in the past. So you're trying to feel out like, okay, this has been good against them in the past. Is it still? Do we need to do things new? So I think there's still a feeling out process, and we've been really close. Stout does an unbelievable job with the O-line. The guys are so good on game day about communication with me. Saquon's been unbelievable, and I know they're wanting it to happen so bad, but at the same time, we just don't want to. You don't want to force it because you don't want to have like, okay, we got to hit some home runs. But at times when we need to run it, we've done a decent job of picking up yards in critical moments. It happened the other day in a few spots where we kind of needed some yards. We ran the ball a little bit. It happened, throughout the second half. We needed some yards in the Rams game just because we were on the ball so much. So I think when we need it, we've had it. We just got to continue to look at, okay, where is this going? And what it looks different, right? Each year looks different. So I think that's a piece of it too.
You look at the last couple of games. What do you make of the stark difference from half to half in each of them?
Yeah, so obviously the Rams game, right? First half didn't go what we want. In the second half, we were able to do things differently and get it going. And then the Buccaneers game was the opposite, right? We got off to a hot start. We were in a good pace with the offense, a good rhythm, and it was flowing, and things were just kind of happening as we kind of anticipated and the way we wanted to put the pressure on them. And the second half, we just got off rhythm, right? And so when you get off rhythm, you're kind of searching for that play to kind of get the spark and get back in phase, and we just didn't really get back in phase.
Are there buttons in that? Sorry, Tim. Are there buttons in when you're off rhythm that you can push, that you like to lean on, and why weren't?
And I think that's part of the process we're going through, right? As a staff and as a team throughout this first 4 games, is finding what that is. Like I said, there's some things that we know a little bit, like, okay, this is starting to pop up that we know we're excelling at a little bit, and so I think as we go, we'll start to figure out that more.
What's it like managing so many high-end players? You have Devontae and you have AJ and you have Dallas and you have Saquon, and not all teams around the league have that, which obviously is largely a good thing, but also there are some residual effects, I guess, of somebody's not involved the way that they want to be. What is that like from where you sit?
So I think, first of all, like you said, it's a great problem, right? Because some teams don't have what we have. So it is a great problem. And really, the guys have been great with me. You know, I've been around here for a while, so obviously I know them a little bit differently, but they all want to win, and that's the number one thing. They all want to win. They'll do anything for the team to win. So, you know, whether it's somebody's getting the ball, somebody's not, when you watch it at times, there's guys being excited for other guys when they're making plays. And that's all we can really ask for is just like, hey, we all want to win. We're on the same page. We know it may be different from play to play or from game to game, but we want to win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the that contribution as a former passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach. Is there something inherent about the wide receiver position where it's dependent on targets to contribute, where it makes it a little bit different to manage?
You know, that is a very unique position, right? Coaching both quarterbacks and receivers and being around those guys for a long time. You know, the receivers, there's so many different values that they add, right? There's a lot of role players within that room. There's guys that are the alpha males that are, you know, your target guys. And then there's guys that, you know, they can impact games just by something happening and by clearing a route out. So I think when you go into games, you know, those guys all want to impact it because they can, right? They can make one play and flip the script really, really fast within a game. So it's a fun group, right? Those guys are usually the guys that are the lively guys and excited and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, when you're around those guys, you feel their energy and you know they can change the game, right? You look around the NFL, that's a lot of those groups are like that.
I mean, Kevin, I don't know if your numbers are the same as what I have here, but it seems you guys are like sixth most in terms of runs up the middle, and yet I think you're near the bottom. 31st is what I have here, 2 yards per carry up the middle. What have been the issues with getting runs up the middle? Why have you guys not been able to run there?
I think we've been, you know, constantly looking at that from week to week. And some weeks we go into it saying, like, look, if we're up the middle, whether it's, you know, a gap scheme or a zone scheme, our angles can be good. And then what's the reason why it's not happening? So I think that's something we're constantly looking at and trying to evaluate. And sometimes when you can pack the box a little bit, you can get better angles. And sometimes, depending what the defense calls, it doesn't materialize like you anticipate. So I think we're still working on that, working through that, but it's definitely something, you know, we got to keep in mind.
How big a challenge has things been for the offensive line, whereas Lane's been in and out? Landon came into the season banged up. Tyler's new there. Yep. How big of a challenge has it been for the offensive line, and do you think that's impacted the running game at all?
I think, you know, with everything, it's always going to be new from year to year, week to week, game to game. And that is a piece of it, right? But when you look at it, like, Stout has those guys always prepared. That is one thing we know. So if something does happen, obviously we know we're in a good spot with everybody. And, you know, we have elite players in certain spots. And, you know, Lane is an unbelievable player. And when we have guys come in for him, Fred's done a good job when he's had to step up. And so you obviously miss those guys when they're not in. But as far as like the next man up, we've done a good job of getting those guys ready. But it is different. It has looked different this year compared to last year. We were a little more steady in those spots. So I think throughout time, we'll continue to work on that and see where it goes.
A push question if I can.
Yep.
The variations of the play, how will that change the way defenses play you? And then also Dallas Goedert said that touchdown was in the playbook for 4 years. You just called it for the first time. Is that abnormal, or is there a big collection of plays that you have that you are waiting for the right opportunity to call?
A little bit of both, right? Those plays are fun to call. Everybody gets excited when they're in the game plan. You know they're going to call them. So we've kind of been waiting for opportunities to get those called. And it does, right? It puts more stress on the defense. So now they have to honor other things. Obviously, you can see what happened on Saquon's touchdown, right? There was nobody there. So it helps you, you know, kind of game plan and have things off of, you know, plays off of plays, basically. And some of those plays have kind of been talked about before and they've been around. But, like, you know, to get them into a game plan and get them called is the ultimate goal. And we were able to do that, and that should help us going forward. And they're fun to call, right? The energy of everybody when those things get called is great.
And you were asked earlier about having big personalities like Devontae, AJ, big playmakers to kind of appease or get the ball to. How has Jalen handled all of that? How does he kind of approach that when it comes to making sure everyone gets theirs?
He does a good job. I think ultimately now with him being, you know, in our 5th year together with Nick and the whole staff, I think he understands now where his role, where he is, and he's comfortable with it. And a lot of us have been around together. So I think, you know, he's just trying to do everything he can to win games at this point. And it is awesome. It's a great problem to have. So, you know, you always look at it as something really, really good when you have all these guys wanting to impact the game to win the game.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there's Kevin Patullo, the Eagles defensive coordinator, and he is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. For generations, call 390-3907 in the 609 area code or visit them at broadlees.net. When we come back, Frank Klose has the Phillies playoff edition of the mailbag. As Dave Dombrowski spoke earlier today, he gave a little bit of insight on at least one player who will not be on the playoff roster. We'll have that plus the Phillies mailbag with Frank Klose answering all your Phillies questions. If you have a Phillies playoff question for Frank, get it in now at 609-403-0973 on the text board. 609-403-0973. Text it in right now. Frank Klose answers your Phillies mailbag questions next, right here on the Sports Bash. All right, 329 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Phil's Saturday, we think it's going to be 7 o'clock. It looks like it could be 7 o'clock. I guess if it's Phillies-Dodgers, you can really say it's going to be 7 o'clock. If it's Phillies-Reds, that might change some things, but the Flyers did move their game to 12:30. Their preseason game was originally 3 o'clock, and they are moving it to 12:30, I guess in anticipation that Citizens Bank Park would be being used at 7 o'clock at night. Frank, what does your intuition say if you're reading the tea leaves? Is the game at 7 o'clock no matter what? Does it matter on opponent?
I would tend to think it would matter on opponent because they do like to have the West Coast teams do later starts for the postseason. In fact, if you look at the wild card round, you see that the late games really do favor the Dodgers. But maybe they're just doing what a lot of people are and is assuming that the Dodgers will win this wild card, no problem. But I don't think, though, that the Flyers would move to basically only a half hour before the game. So, I mean, what does that accomplish? It means you're still going to have the traffic problems getting in and getting out. Well, maybe not getting out, but
but if they play the Reds, that game you could theoretically say if the Cubs win and it's Cubs-Brewers, does the TV network rather have Cubs-Brewers at 7 o'clock or Phillies-Reds at 7 o'clock?
Yeah, I think Cubs-Brewers would be the prime time matchup there, but they might have to make some decisions sooner than that. They have certain crews going to certain cities. Their announcer teams. In fact, on the Brewers broadcast, Brian Anderson did let the Brewers fans know he was coming to Philadelphia for this first series, even though he does broadcast for the Brewers. So I got to think they have to decide sooner than later. At least we do know it's either 1 or 7 because those are the times that TBS has set. But I think if the Dodgers win, they almost certainly would have the late game.
All right. And I did hear him say that, and I would think Brian Anderson's he's their number one broadcaster over, I think Alex Faust is doing the other game. I would think that they would want Brian Anderson on their higher profile time slot. So that was another little clue that I took that the Phillies. Now, I'm only talking about this if people are trying to make plans for the game on Saturday. I'm telling you, you could probably plan for the game to be at 7 o'clock. Now, I mistakenly went with last year's times because last year they played at 4:30 or 4 o'clock against the Mets on a Saturday. And I was saying to my girlfriend, because we're going away this weekend to watch the game somewhere, and I said, the game will be either 4 or 7. And then I said to her yesterday, there's a chance the game could be at 1.
Yeah, I had the same thought you did, Mike. I was thinking this was going to be a 4 or 5 o'clock game, but no, it's the balance of the TV contracts. We know that TBS has the 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock slots. So
gotcha.
Be ready for one or the other.
Pat wants to know how deep into games the Phillies pitchers need to get in order to advance. I like this question. How much do they need to lean on the starters?
Well, the nice thing is, even though the Phillies are without Zach Wheeler, of course, with his unfortunate health issues, they still have as their main asset their starting rotation. So that's really nice to know. And, specifically Christopher Sanchez, who Matt Strom on X noted has the highest WAR in all of Major League Baseball this past season, which is a pretty fascinating thing to think about, that Chris Sanchez has that. And if you compare him to the Pirates stud Paul Skeens, aside from ERA and some other things, maybe matches up pretty well. And it's just kind of being dismissed as the Cy Young Award winner because of Skeens. But he's pitched more innings than Skeens. So at any rate, Christopher Sanchez probably is going to go the deepest. I think if he's pitching well, he's going to have the longest rope. He's going to be left to go 7 innings, maybe even 8, but he might not need that. But the others beyond that, I think, we look at the Luzardos and Suarez's, who are probably the other 2 starters. They're going to be game 2 and 3, one order or the other, I believe. And there, if those guys go 6 innings, then the bullpen, you're in really, really good shape. Right. And even if you get to the next round and it's Aaron Nola, you might want to pull him sooner, maybe 5 innings, just because he's still a little uncertain. But think about the Phillies bullpen. They have the aforementioned Strom. They have Tanner Banks, both from the left side. So if they need to get some tough lefty outs at the end, they'll be ready to do that. And, Joan Duran, David Robertson, Orion Kerkering. Again, Kerkering, little iffy lately, but they are 3 deep from the right side. I mean, there's a lot of names to just pitch 2 to 3 innings on most nights. And I think it's just because you're probably going to get a lot out of the starting pitchers. So I think that this game is going to be greatly shortened if they need to. In fact, if someone struggles early, I mean, I could see them going to a Walker Buehler for a few innings. But from inning 5 on, you can feel pretty good. They can take those relievers and match them up the best that they can. It's not that you're just throwing any guy against any guy. They can really play those matchups really well, being that they have options from both the right and the left side. And I think that my number then for the starters, I think Sanchez gets to go deep. I think the other is probably about 6, except for Nola, depending on his health. But
for instance, Skubal is into the hundreds right now. I think he's at 105. So it does show you in these playoffs that you will probably get more pitches in a game than you would in a regular season game.
Yeah, you could, or I mean, the nice thing about having a bullpen like the Phillies do, I mean, the Tigers, they might be feeling right now like, hey, if we take Skubal out, there's no way we're keeping this 1-run lead, right? Because the Tigers are up 2-1 against Cleveland, so they might be too nervous to take him out because they're afraid of what the bullpen will do. I don't think that the Phillies need to be afraid of what the bullpen will do, so that puts them in a really enviable spot. So. I think that their strength again is the starting rotation, but at the same time, getting 5 innings out of the bullpen isn't really even an issue right now, and that's something that's pretty enviable for the rest of the league.
All right, Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. I like this question from CJ. How confident are you that Thompson will do the right thing and not let Brandon Marsh and Bryson Stott face left-handed pitching? I guess you got to throw Max Kepler in there as well. This is an interesting question from CJ because Marsh and Bryson Stott have performed pretty well, especially in the second half of the year, and they have had more chances against lefties and come through.
Yeah, so, I think that when you look at the Phillies season, when they really took off towards the end and really, really advanced down the stretch, it was really when they just really settled into those platoons. And that was with Brandon Marsh in left, usually sharing with the likes of Weston Wilson, and over in right field where Max Kepler started really platooning with Nick Castellanos. And then at second base, you had Edmundo Sosa and Bryson Stott in a pretty good platoon there too. So I think that, when you look at who the Phillies are going to face, they're going to face either the Dodgers or Reds, of course. The Dodgers depth chart, as you just said, Shohei Ohtani is, I think you just said it anyway, I'm mixing my stuff up. But Shohei Ohtani would be the game 1 pitcher if the Dodgers sweep this. But beyond that, their other lefty that's tough is Blake Snell. And then their third starter would be Yoshinobu Yamamoto. So they've got 2 tough lefty starters. When you look at the Reds, Hunter Green's their best pitcher. He's a righty. And then they have Zach Littell and Andrew Abbott being the lefty. I think that this platoon is going to work to the Phillies' advantage to keep playing it. Edmundo Sosa, when he came back, he was getting those 4 home runs in that small stretch since he came back off the IL. I think that he basically said, "Hey, don't forget about me now." So I'd have a really hard time thinking that against a lefty, Sosa isn't going to play. And I'm really with the others as well. I think they got so much success out of it. You look at the splits. Brandon Marsh was one of the ones he named in particular, batting .300 against right-handed pitching this season, but only .197 against lefties. That's a big gap. So I think you play the games like you're matching up with the starters because that's what the Phillies did well. And look, there's probably going to be an opportunity. Again, we mentioned the ability to use all relievers in one night. The other teams have that too. I'm sure some lefties will come in to face Brandon Marsh. You might stick it out for that one at bat. And, he could come through. He did come through with a big hit against the Dodgers earlier this year and a big hit against the Diamondbacks. But I think for the most part, you want to play these platoons because they're basically what got them there. And I think that Edmundo Sosa coming back off the IL and hitting those 4 home runs in his final 4 games, I think that was a reminder that he's still around. And by the way, isn't it nice that they have their full defensive alignment back? Because, Stott had to play against lefties because he had to play shortstop because they were down 2 shortstops. So I think you'll see this settle back into what it was and what really helped the Phillies kind of take off down the stretch and reclaim this division from the Mets for good. And so I think they got to keep with that plan that works.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what they end up doing there because you're right. Sosa did hit the 3 home runs the other day. He's obviously a nice asset when you have him out there. But Marsh is also, I know his average against lefties is bad for the whole year, but he did, surprisingly, when he got some chances in the second half of the year against lefties, he did do a pretty good job, surprisingly, too. At one point you write the guy off that he can't do anything against lefties, and he indeed did do much better. And by the way, in his last at-bat of the season, Kepler hit a home run against a lefty the other day. So we'll see, because Castellanos has been one guy. Now, even he performed way better in the role that he had been in. So we'll see how all these platoons end up shaking out. Now, you mentioned Ohtani. If they don't go to a third game, he would pitch game 1 against the Phillies. That didn't go well the last time they faced Ohtani. He threw a no-hitter against him for 5 innings. So we'll see how long he could possibly go. But he would be the game 1 starter unless that series goes all 3 games. All right.
And the Phillies did win that game though against the
they did.
They started out without.
They also
a hit for
pulled
5.
him with a no-hitter. That's the one thing. That's the one thing is how long can he go? And also their bullpen is not very good. Of the 2 teams, their bullpen is probably the weaker of the 2. They're, the Reds have really good starting pitching as well. I don't know that their starting pitching is as deep or as good as the Dodgers when healthy.
Yeah, I think the Reds, their bullpen might be a little bit better. They are their better bullpen arms are righties, which I think profiles well if you're talking about the likes of the Marsh bats and the Stott bats who do really well with platoons. I think that helps.
Something blunder that just happened in this game.
I was talking to you. I didn't see it.
Yeah. I just happened to turn around and catch it. They had Ramirez on third. Oh, man, look at this. There's a bouncer. Oh, man. He hit a bouncer back to the pitcher's mound, and Ramirez took off for home from third, and they took him out.
Oof.
Yeah, bad.
That's a shame.
Bad base running decision there. He's halfway down the line.
Down a run, too. That's tough.
Now they're down to their final out. There's 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th here.
But I will say Dodgers, they did get back rookie Sasaki. He is an arm they're using out of the bullpen. I think that's somebody to take a look at. But yeah, the bullpen of the Los Angeles Dodgers really enabled the Phillies to play so well in that series, right? So I think if I'm the Phillies, I would make sure that those at bats really count early against those arms. I mean, if you look at the Dodgers depth chart, they've only had 3 starters. I mean, that's all they need for the NLDS, of course. But I feel like the Dodgers are much more vulnerable in a longer series. So, but the Phillies can, I believe, take care of business.
They're going with, just for the listeners out there, Snell's going tonight, and he dominated the Phillies when he pitched against them last, although he's faced the Phillies in the playoffs before, and that didn't go so well when he was in San Diego. By the way, speaking of San Diego, they are up 1-0 on the Cubs already. They're going with Snell in Game 1, Yamamoto in Game 2, Ohtani in Game 3. They still have Glass now, so they're pretty darn good. They're pretty darn good.
He had been hurt. I assume he's there, but they don't currently have him on the depth chart, so I don't know what the story is with that.
Yeah, but, I think they're in the wild card round. Glass now is not. I don't know what their roster looks like if they're going to keep him off the roster. I would imagine that they could use Glass now in the bullpen. I don't know. I mean, he's been hurt.
I really don't know what they're going to do with that. So the wild card series, he'll be a reliever. They gave him just a couple of let's see here. We're just checking his line from the other day. Okay, through 3 innings the other day. So if they consider him back to, I mean, he might have to start a game for them and then go with the bullpen for the rest. But I don't know if they can stretch him out to the point where he is able to give you much. If he gave him 3 innings the other day, I mean, what's he going to give you? 5? But he's definitely in the bullpen for the wild card series, which certainly is not a way to stretch a guy out.
All right, Frank. Well, 29,000 tickets were sold for tomorrow's inter-squad game, but Anthony wants to know what free agents the Phillies are going for after this season. I mean, you got a whole playoff thing, Anthony, to go for, but he wants to know who they're targeting there.
I got 2 names for you. Kyle Schwarber JT Realmuto. Those are the free agents the Phillies will go after. Look, I don't know if he's angling it at asking the question, because I don't know if you know that like 2 minutes after the Mets were eliminated the other day, Pete Alonso told reporters he was going to opt out of his deal. I don't think that the Phillies are going to sign both Alonso and Schwarber. I think one $30 million DH would be enough for a team. And I don't believe that the Phillies will let Kyle Schwarber come in as an opposing player in the home run derby that's going to be in Philadelphia next year. So I tend to think that Kyle Schwarber is going to be coming back as a free agent. JT Realmuto, look, he's 35 years old. He's probably not going to get people throwing a whole lot of big money at him. So I tend to think that since there's mutual interest, he and the Phillies will work it out. But if you're looking beyond that, I think that there's a certain point where you can't spend your way out of everything. I mean, I think I hate to look this far ahead, knowing that there's a playoffs ahead, but I mean, Ranger Suarez might be the one that doesn't return next year, knowing that the Phillies have Zach Wheeler coming back and Andrew Painter in the fold. So, but I think they'll add small pieces. I mean, maybe a good right hand. I think the Phillies might move on from Castellanos, maybe a right-handed bat that can platoon. Hey, how about Austin Hayes?
Bring him back, right? Bring him back, Austin Hayes. We'll see if.
By the way, I'll say this out loud, Mike. But watch Austin Hayes against these Dodgers lefties this series. I think he has a chance to do some damage.
All right. Well, we're watching these Major League Baseball playoffs, and tonight you can listen to the Red Sox and the Yankees, and the Dodgers and the Reds right here on 97.3 ESPN. He's Frank Klose, and we'll do the Phillies mailbag and playoff coverage all throughout the Phillies playoff run. Red October starts Saturday here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Frank's back again next week in all things Phillies. When it happens with the Phils, you'll hear it right here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up next, it is today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Stick around.
63 players right now have more receiving yards than A.J. Brown this season. 24 quarterbacks have more passing yards than Jalen Hurts. 21 players have more rushing yards from scrimmage than Saquon Barkley. Jalen Carter hasn't recorded a sack. The Eagles have been outgained by 327 yards this year, the fourth worst margin in the NFL, and they're unbeaten. What have they done right other than win? Now, A.J. Brown has done various things before, reading a book, tweeting, saying things, and usually the squeaky wheel gets greased. I think people are expecting this week for them to come out and get the ball to A.J. Brown.
Eagles and Broncos this Sunday. That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Yes, our friends at Whitehorse RV Center, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. They got fall closeout savings on all 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. I'd really like to go on an RV adventure there, Josh. Take the old RV down to see a West Virginia game, maybe.
You would do that.
By the way, so what Adam Schefter said there is you got all these things going against you. The lowest this in the league, the worst that in the league, the Jalen Carter doesn't have a sack, basically highlighting the Eagles' top-tier players and how they're not getting off to the start that they had hoped or that you would hope or that you would think for them to be successful, and yet they're 4-0. And then he adds into, hey, maybe look for A.J. Brown to have a big game this week. Now, we're going to talk more about this a little bit later on, but the Broncos' defense is pretty good. This might not be the week to get him going. So you might have to go through this again next week.
Shocker.
Last night they took Jamar Chase out of the game. However, I would imagine that had more to do with the Bengals being pretty inept. Pretty inept. I'll tell you what, those two football games last night were not very entertaining. How much of them did you stick through?
I stuck through most of them.
Oh.
Well, I had fantasy football implications.
I did too. I have Jamar Chase, unfortunately.
I had J.K. Dobbins going last night. I won by 2 points, Mike.
Nobody cares about your fantasy football team, Josh. And I unfortunately have Jamar Chase, and that means I don't care about my own fantasy football team now. Sports Pass Live this hour, thanks to our friends at Whitehorse RV. That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone. Whitehorse RV, your RV adventure starts here. And don't forget, listen to Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN with Evan, Canty, and Michelle. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, Adam Caplan's here on a Tuesday for today's edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. A lot of conversation about the Eagles' issues offensively. We had Kevin Patullo on earlier in the press conference. He was asked that very question about the lack of offense in the second half. What went wrong in the second half against Tampa from your perspective was the opening question today, and obviously a lot of people trying to figure that out, Adam Caplan. What went wrong with the offense in the first half against the Rams, and then in the second half against the Buccaneers? Do we have trends? What are we seeing with the issues of the Eagles' offense?
Yeah, Mike, it's definitely weird. It's definitely strange. No, it's not like 2023. People are kind of funny because I think what happens is, Mike, and sometimes the media is part of it, like they just feel like they have to say something when something is different. Oh, well, I got 2023 vibes. Well, first of all, Vic Fangio is a defense coordinator. Okay, well, we just talk about the differences. And the passing game was different. Hurts was very aggressive because he was coming off the 22 season, where he was not only one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the NFL, he was really good. I mean, he unfortunately got hurt. He had the knee injury, but, he could have been the MVP. So things changed for him, in 23, turned the ball over. Now he's not as aggressive as a thrower most of the time. But, Mike, in the first half, and this is part of our discussion today, is that he was so on time with the football. This has been an issue for him throughout his career is, like, he knows what the play is. He doesn't like what he sees. He goes to another pass target, another progression, and he's late. That does happen sometimes. Not the only quarterback to do it. Patrick Mahomes does it. We've talked about this before. When Andy Reid doesn't like when Mahomes holds it to the football, he calls for shorter drops, a 3-step drop, and he makes sure that Mahomes gets rid of the football. So I love how Hurts in the first half was getting rid of the football on time. And by the way, another thing that I really liked about Patullo, I criticize him heavily for being too run dependent on first down. Against Kansas City, Mike, on non-short yardage plays, including the push play, they ran the ball over 80% of the time on first down. Like, that's so predictable and not what you should be doing. Well, the first half, they came out throwing the ball a lot on first down. I loved it. It worked. Second half, Mike, as we transitioned to the second half of the game last week, started to run the ball more on first down. You saw they got stuffed immediately. The Bucs dropped off. They were basically basically playing coverage-based defense with some simulated pressure, but they stopped blitzing because Hurts beat him with a blitz, which was beautiful. He got him with a blitz, and it looked so good. And then they kind of dialed things back a little bit. And then when they threw it, it was more deep sideline. Hurts was off a little bit. Well, a couple of them were a little bit late. Now, I know some fans are conflating, it was after he got hit hard, he wasn't the same quarterback. We've seen that a lot on our YouTube message or our comments. And, look, he was not diagnosed with a concussion in the game. We'll see what the injury report looks like tomorrow. But he certainly didn't look the same. It's hard to go 0 for 8 and not throw for any yards in the second half. But certainly things have to move this along, Mike. Things have to be better. My opening statement would be both the coordinator and the quarterback, not just the coordinator or not just the quarterback, they've got to get more in sync, and the OC's got to help them a little bit more.
Yeah, so, it's a tale of two halves in both of these games that we've seen, I guess the one game was the first half, this game was the second half, but they got a lead. Yeah. They got an 18-point lead, and how much did that play into their first half passing versus their second half passing? In other words, we're not going to take chances because you got to score 3 times against our defense, and we don't see that happening.
So, all right, let me kind of respond to what I've been told on when you should start running the ball or transition to a run game. Not in the third quarter, unless you're up by 24 points or more, which means 4 scores, three touchdowns, and a field goal. Fourth quarter, more than 17 points, two touchdowns and a field goal, and whatever else. That means you need to have 4 possessions that you're giving up points. So, now, again, I thought they got a little conservative, transition a little bit more to the run game, trying to be more balanced maybe, but really certainly to the run game. And that's good. And we'll get into the run game, which anyone with a brain would have said there's 0 chance that Barkley would have come close to 2,000 yards again. But I didn't see this. I'm raising my hand, Mike. I didn't see this. This is hard to believe how bad the running game is. And then we're going to go into the reasons, Mike, but it's not a Patullo problem. It's a player problem, particularly in the interior. We'll get into that. Stalin's not a problem, but he's got to do the best he can. But, Mike, I don't know that these run game problems are going to be fixed anytime soon.
All right, talk with Adam Caplan here on the Sports Bash. Yes, the running game struggles. Is that happening because of design, or is it personnel on the offensive line?
Personnel on the offensive line that's not playing like we're accustomed to. Cam Jurgens, clearly not himself, Mike. On the Inside the Tape show, Greg Cosell we've asked Greg multiple times, hey, what are you seeing? And he's pointed multiple times to Jurgens and Dickerson not playing like we're used to. It's not bad, but they're just not. It's not quite what we're used to seeing. Now, Patullo said it. A couple of Mailata said it. There have been a play here or there where they're just missing it a little bit. Where last year their timing would have been better with the offensive line, would have been more in sync. So I think that's legitimate. But Mike, it's still when Barkley's running for well less than 4 yards a carry through 4 games, it's not 1 or 2. That's a problem. I know they face some good defenses, but that wasn't a problem last year. And just so folks know, because it's totally false, you could run against stacked boxes. I've never talked to a coordinator in 27 years that, oh, my God, we can't run against an 8-man box. It's the way that you adjust your offensive line and how your personnel grouping. So it's totally false. You can run against stacked boxes. It's not easy, but you can do it. Just for the record, every coach I've talked to over the years has told me the same thing. Oh, we can do it. It's how we do it formationally to beat that stacked box.
Well, obviously, they won the game. They are 4-0. There has to be some positives from that game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And what would some of those things be in your estimation?
Mike, look, they're unbelievable in the red zone. It's funny. They don't get a lot of chances down there, but they're phenomenal in there. So you got to point that out. They're great in the red zone. Hurts was it's really interesting. His first half of this game against the Bucs, it wasn't like 2022 because that was more of a downfield passing offense, whereas it was protected really well. And Hurts was like, this ball's coming out. I love throwing the deep ball, where he looked like it was kind of like that Steelers game, which I pointed to many times, so the ball would come out quickly, and he was in rhythm. He was going through more than one progression. It was phenomenal. I was like, wow, we haven't seen this with him getting the ball quickly. We already talked about what happened the second half, and also Patullo brought out so many different things. The variety of the short yardage plays, push plays, how he did it. The shovel pass to Goddard, which, by the way, is in every NFL playbook. It's just when you bring it out. I love that on the push play, they just decided to hand it off. Like, we've been waiting for that, and they've done it. So I thought Patullo was great. Look, Mike, one thing, and I don't know Patullo personally, and I'm not protecting the guy, but I just want fans to understand. A portion of the fan base wanted Michael Clay fired multiple times, okay? Now, I know Michael's struggling a little bit. Nick Sirianni, to his credit, gave him time to – he's a young guy, by one of the youngest coordinators in the NFL of any position, and he gave him his time to progress and learn as a coordinator. Fans want – I'm not joking. I saw this on our YouTube boards. They wanted Kevin Patullo fired after 2 weeks. Fired after 2 weeks. I know these fans are spoiled. They're used to great football, but this is just insane. I've had my criticism of Patullo. Sometimes I've been, man, I'm really going after this guy when I think it's bad or not good enough. But I also realize, for covering this business for a long time, you can't just fire a guy every week. This is unfortunate. This goes on with every fan base, Mike. It's not exclusive to the Eagles.
No doubt. And I agree. I think, he's got to grow into this. Not only this position, his personnel. He got asked an interesting question today that was about, like, how do you run an offense when you have so many star players on your offense? He's like, it's a good problem to have too many stars, but it's also something that's tough to kind of, step right into when it's your first chance of how I get the ball distributed to all these different guys. And you talk about, the diversification in the first half. They pulled out a couple of new things, yet the numbers weren't all that great when you look at A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Obviously, Saquon Barkley's getting off to a slow start. So he's going to have to grow into this role and he's doing it on the fly, and he's winning on the fly. But we'll see where this goes, because obviously you have the A.J. Brown stuff kind of looming and lingering now over his head. How much – he had 9 targets this week. He had 10 last week. He had 10 last week. He had over 100 yards. This week he had 9. He only had, 7 yards.
Yeah, but you got to give him the ball early, Mike. That's one of my, I have 5 or 6 criticisms of Patullo, which were very legit because it's come from some NFL people that watch Eagles tape. You got that guy, and I know Kevin talked about it today, about we know our number one guy is going to be A.J. Brown, but okay, even if Hurts is late, there are ways to get him the football early on shorter routes. They throw a lot to the sidelines. Hurts loves that throw. And by the way, you could throw it. Look, despite the narrative, which is mostly true, Hurts doesn't like throwing it inside the numbers. They hit Goddard inside the numbers. They hit A.J. Brown on a quick slant. Where are the quick slants? He cannot be covered on that because of his physicality, because how big he is physically in terms of his build.
Yeah.
We need to see more of that. That's on Patullo. That is not on Hurts.
Well, that's the play where that's the play where I think they were talking about that during this last night during the Monday night game, is if you have a running play that keeps working, you run it again and again.
Right.
That inside slant, you should keep running until they find a way to stop you.
Yes. Mike, we talked about this in year 1 with the bang 8. That's the play that we first brought it up in 22 with A.J. Brown. This is before anyone ever heard of it. So I asked Greg Cosell, I said, hey, I heard from the Titans, this is what do you call this play, this quick slant it's called the bang 8. That's a staple of the Titans. I'm like, this is coming. And it was to a certain extent. And then kind of disappeared. I know Hurts' preference is to throw it outside the numbers, but it's a quick read. You know what the play is. I'm telling you, Brown cannot be covered on that play.
I agree.
That's impossible.
Agree wholeheartedly with that, Adam Caplan. Couple quickies before you get out of here. Yeah. You've got today, Vic Fangio was talking about Makuba. It looks like he's the starter there. He said Mitchell played the best game that he thought he ever played. He also said he thought Ringo, it's possible that he could be the full-time starter. He thought that he played really well.
Yeah, this is interesting that he barely got targeted. So 2 people told me that. What was not surprising, but Vic actually, he didn't describe it. I know what he meant because it was explained to me privately. Sticking coverage means you're on your man. He was, for the most part, he didn't get beat. I know the ball didn't go to him, but it could have, and that's the point. We try to explain to people. I know his tackling wasn't good. We weren't talking about that on our postgame show. That had no relevance to what we were talking about. That's another part of the corners have to tackle the run game. That's got its own importance. The number one criteria evaluating a corner is how he covers, okay? No one who works in the NFL will tell you differently. No, you got to be able to tackle. Ringo's tackling, he took poor angles. That's got to be better. That will always be pointed out by your defensive backs coaches. But the number one criteria is coverage. You'll see on the Inside the Tape show with the defensive one, which I think drops tomorrow. We talk about this, Mike, with Ringo. We actually show the play where he did a good job. He was aggressive. Now, one thing that I have an issue with is, depending on who's grading it, is how many times they held. A couple got called, a bunch did not get called. The defensive backs. Ringo, Mitchell had a great game, but you got to be careful. That
Mitchell's awful. Mitchell's awful grabby.
He is, but you know what? There's a saying in the NFL: if it wasn't called, it was a penalty. It's comical, but coaches say that. It's actually funny. I've got that from coaches over the years, but they know they can't do that. One was so egregious. I couldn't imagine being a Buck fan. I would have thrown a shoe at the TV, but you know what? They didn't call it. The Eagles have studs, man, in terms of Mitchell and
Cooper. And Cooper's an awesome tackler.
You know what?
They tackle, man. They tackle.
He is. But Makuba, I know he does give up a play every now and then. You gotta go through the growing pains of a rookie. He's a really good football player. Howie, I'll tell you what, he is really getting these. He's getting right in the draft. He really is. Howie Roseman has turned around his career. He's not the best drafter. Les Snead of the Rams is one of the best, but Howie's top 5 now in terms of games started by draftees, production, and tape. I'm telling you, he's really good at it.
All right. Well, of course, the Eagles play the Broncos, who we saw last night. You can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Adam's back on Friday to give us some more insight on the Denver Broncos, a playoff team from a year ago. That will be the fourth straight playoff team the Eagles will face. Wow. And, of course, that will be right here at Lincoln Financial Field. All right, Adam, thanks, man.
Thank you.
And there's today's Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Bo Nix and the Broncos. I'll give you a quick thought from me on them. They're hard to read because of the game last night. I mean, if you sat and watched them and said, okay, Eagles are playing this team here, I mean, they kicked the crap out of that team last night. But, man, that team stinks. That Bengals team, they went to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and they stink now. You know, he just talked about Howie Roseman drafting. Let's talk about this real quick. The Eagles have hit on Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Tyler Steen, Lane Johnson, way back. That's 5 drafted offensive linemen that they have in their starting lineup right now. Right? And the Bengals refuse to draft and develop offensive line, and they can't. What they have developed and drafted is wide receivers and a quarterback. Well, that's great when you don't have anybody that can block for them. You've got Jamar Chase, maybe the best receiver in football. You've got T. Higgins that you broke down and gave him all this money. But you got nobody that can block for those guys. And that game last night was an embarrassment to the Cincinnati Bengals and what they have put together. It was absolutely awful. An awful game last night. And they are so bad on both offense and defense. They are so bad on offense and defense. You take a look at that offense with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and you think to yourselves, how can they not move the football? Well, I'll tell you how. Orlando Brown, Dylan Fairchild, Ted Karras, Dalton Reisner, and Amirius Mims. Horrible up front. Horrible. And their defense is horrific. And then, of course, the quarterback getting hurt doesn't help. Somebody making me laugh, thinking about putting Joe Burrow in the MVP conversation after watching Jake Browning have to play quarterback, and the fact that Cincinnati is competitive with Burrow, and they are flat-out non-competitive with Jake Browning.
Well, this is why people were saying that Burrow should have won the MVP award last year, even though he was on a winning team. People were like, well, he didn't make the playoffs. And it's like, listen, it's the most valuable player. It's the most outstanding player on the best team. So it's like, to me, you could argue that there is no player in the NFL more valuable to his team than Joe Burrow is to Cincinnati year in and year out.
Well, they are so bad, it's hard to get a read on Denver. But what I will give you on Denver, my opinion would be this, from what I watched, a little bit of Denver earlier this year and what we saw from them in a full game last night. And I've said this before, I was wrong about Bo Nix. He is way better than I thought. I mean, not only is he way better than I thought, I like what Vic Fangio said about him today. He reminds him of Baker Mayfield. I think he's actually almost better than Baker Mayfield. And
I wouldn't say he's better, but I think that
I'll tell you why I think he's better.
Okay.
The one area I think he's better, he's got a better arm than Mayfield does. Mayfield, that's where Mayfield struggles a little bit. He doesn't have the strongest arm. Like that throw he made the other day, he can't get that in there. Nix threw some passes last night.
He was also playing with a bicep injury this Sunday, so that might have been the best measure of Mayfield's arm ability.
Well, some of the throws that Nix made last night were unbelievable. I mean, he is zipping throws from way out there. I mean, his arm is way better than I thought it was, and he's bigger than Mayfield as well.
Really quick, can I just ask you, because you've mentioned twice that he's better than you thought he would be. What was it about him in college that was such a red flag for you versus what you're seeing now that you might have wanted to see from him in college?
Well, a lot of these guys, and I felt the same way about like Dart, it's one of the reasons why I wasn't a big Dart fan, or, these guys who are so athletically superior in college, and they can make up for mistakes by just running around.
Okay.
And then you don't get to see them, sometimes like, you say like a Manziel was like that. He wasn't a good quarterback. He just was so athletically superior to everybody, and he's running circles around them. Now, he was a smaller guy. That was against him, too. Nix is bigger than I think we gave him, the perception. He's like 6'3", 220. He is legitimately a bigger quarterback. Mayfield's not quite that big. That's
No, he's
another
not.
area where I think Nick's is a little bit better. But that was one of the things where you're looking around at a guy in college and, you see a guy who can run, and then sometimes that ability makes you not have to do it the way you're going to have to do it eventually in the pros.
I would also say that, I think part of the negative against Knicks is similar, not the same, but similar to the negatives against Russell Wilson when he was in college, was that a lot of people remembered more of Knicks at Auburn and looked at his 1 year at his time at Oregon and was like, yeah, but is he that guy? And I think that I think his time at Oregon was actually the reason why Sean Payton drafted him. But I think Sean Payton has talked about in different interviews about how, hey, this guy showed the ability to evolve, to get better, to progress. And I think that Sean Payton, don't get me wrong, he's a great coach. But I think Payton needs a certain kind of quarterback to run the offense that he wants. And there's a reason why that you have a guy in Sean Payton who has excelled with guys like Drew Brees and guys like Bo Nix and didn't, for example, the Jameis Winston.
Yeah, there's one other thing, too, like Kenny Pickett. If you remember, Nix was like Pickett, where they both were fifth-year seniors.
Mhm.
And that fifth year, he went off.
Correct.
He went from throwing 29 touchdowns and 7 interceptions as a quote-unquote senior that year to throwing 45 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. And you're like, okay, all right, dude. Like, you're doing this. You're an old man now. You're playing your 5th year, something. So those numbers are so off the charts. Like Kenny Pickett, that last year, Kenny Pickett kind of came out of nowhere. And, I never really thought that Pickett was all that good either.
I would just say the difference is also in that, and again, this is going to my personal perspective, was I always looked at Knicks as a guy who was a top recruit anyway.
Well, and the
Pickett
one thing I had problems with Knicks as well, and I thought in the pros he was an erratic. I thought he would be more of an erratic thrower.
Do you think that that's where having a coach like Peyton comes in? Whereas
maybe,
having the right coach matters for these guys.
Like I said, I think he has exceeded my expectations. And some of the throws he made last night, he made a throw up the left sideline that was a zip, man. I said, that thing came out of his hand, and I don't know how he got it in there. The guy was covering him. Stink on you-know-what, and he got it in there, and it was only one play, and it wasn't like a 7-yard slant. This thing is like 25 yards down the field, and he has a zip in there. So, I thought maybe he'd be a little bit more erratic, a little bit more depending on, a lot of these guys, they depend on their athletic ability to be able to run around. And by the way, I think he's actually run better than I thought than he could at this level, because he wasn't like a huge runner in college.
No, he was actually a reluctant runner in college. Like, he has talked about in interviews, Bo Nix, that he doesn't even like to run half the time.
No, and you see him using his athletic ability here a lot more than I thought he would. But we'll see. I think the problem there is I don't think they have great wide receiver talent.
No, they have one good receiver, and everybody else is kind of like mediocre at best. I will say this really quick. I think that we forget sometimes these quarterbacks are only as good as the coaches around him. You look at Josh Allen. When Josh Allen had Ken Dorsey, that offense struggled a lot. They fired Ken Dorsey. They brought in Joe Brady. And then Josh Allen wins an MVP, right? So I think unless you're like the elite of the elite quarterbacks, guys like Bo Nix, they need the Sean Paytons of the world to help them be the best version of themselves.
Well, you'll see Nix this Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles, and you can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. The pregame starts at noon, the kickoff at 1 p.m. Your home for Philadelphia Eagles football and Philadelphia Phillies playoff baseball. We've got the Phillies and the Dodgers or Reds this Saturday. Listen to every pitch of Red October on your home for Phillies playoff baseball. 97.3 ESPN. All right, 432 Sports Bash. What's up, everybody? Text board is open, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. A lot of texts earlier on A.J. Brown. We had a lot of good conversation on that earlier. Phil's Dave Dombrowski spoke earlier today. He did say Johan Rojas will not be on the playoff roster or he won't be on the NLDS roster. So he could be on the championship roster because he said he has a quad injury. So they gave us a little insight on that. We also had Kevin Patullo today. We had Vic Fangio today. We had a lot going on today. And it's time for the Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is the host of the Shift podcast, and he is producer of The Locker Room, weekends on 97.3 ESPN and Earnshaw Radio. You can watch that 9 o'clock on
Mondays and Wednesdays. Yeah, there we go. Listen, lot to get to. We got a lot to get to, especially after yesterday. There was a few things I wanted to hit on there with you, Mr. Mike Gill. And nugget number one, I want to talk about the way the Eagles are winning, right? And people complaining that it doesn't look great when they're winning, all right? And how Jalen Hurts has performed over the first 4 games. Well, Barstool Philly put out an interesting tweet and how Jalen Hurts has outperformed every quarterback in passer rating that he has faced in week 4. He had a higher passer rating than Prescott, higher passer rating than Mahomes, higher passer rating than Stafford, higher passer rating than Mayfield. So if we look at it, we know how efficient he has been with the football, and that is the way the Eagles want to run their team, right? Offensively, they want to be efficient, not turn the football over. It should not matter how it looks. Jalen's still putting up pretty decent numbers when it comes to that. If you look at that, he outperformed every quarterback in passer rating in every single game this year so far. It's a pretty decent stat. I'd say that's kind of important, right? And I understand that some of the stats are lower on the totem pole throughout the entire NFL. That's great. It should not matter the way it looks and the way it feels when the Eagles win, right? If your guy is outperforming every quarterback, they're finding ways to win. He's doing his job in managing the game and managing the offense to be efficient and not turn the football over. Why does it matter so much how it looks? Now, is there concerns? Absolutely. It should matter that, hey, they got to fix a couple of things. They got to get more guys involved like AJ. And I agree with AJ in that sense. He should get the ball a little bit more. But when you're winning games this way, there should not be this uproar of a conversation and dilute the conversation down as, well, it doesn't look good enough and their numbers aren't at the top of the list. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And Kyle Brandt on NFL Network had a great point, and he called it the power rankification of the Philadelphia Eagles. I think that's a great phrase, the power rankification. We are so worried about how it looks and the stats. It doesn't matter. They're winning football games, and this goes back to your poll question from yesterday. They don't feel like 23, and it's also because they have a better defense. So I think this team will improve. It's the first 4 weeks of the season. Just relax, everybody. Just relax.
Well, I do think that the one big thing is the defense is better. There's no question about that. Their defense that year was 32nd in the league. Now they're one of the best defenses in the league, so they do have that to fall back on. However, I agree wholeheartedly. I don't care how you win a game. Style points do not matter in the NFL. If you win 3-0 on the road in the NFL, you just won 3-0 on the road in the NFL. You take that and you get out of there and you say, we move on. They don't look at the end of the year and say, well, you're 14-3, but we really don't like the style of play for you, so you're out of the playoffs. Like, no, if your record says you're in the playoffs, you're in the playoffs, whether you like it or not. Listen, I mean, there's a lot of, like, casual fans out there that aren't, like, real football fans that want to be entertained by this stuff more so than they want to win. And if you look at what we're looking at here, it's an Eagles team that's been like this for 3 years now. Like, hello, newsflash, this ain't changing. And this is what they were last year and won a Super Bowl. This is what they were the year before and got off to a 10-1 start. This is what they were the year before that and got to a Super Bowl. And quite frankly, this is what they became in 2021. It was in 2021 when they were 2-5 that they morphed into this, what we now know. And what we now know is this is the most popular era of Eagles football ever.
The best.
And it's the least entertaining.
Yeah. Who cares? I could not care less of how boring it is, Drew Brees. I don't care that their offense is boring to watch.
Well,
I think it's fun to win. I think it's entertaining when you win. I think that's the most entertaining part is when you win football games. That's pretty dang entertaining.
Do you think the Spurs cared that they were
perceived
to be boring
Great
when
comp.
they were winning championships with
A
Tim
great comp.
Duncan? That's what, to me, Jalen Hurts is like the Tim Duncan of the
Yes.
NFL. He is
God,
the
that's
most
a good comp.
underappreciated superstar that the league has because he's a superstar in ways that superstars aren't generally thought of. He's not a stat monger, but he's a win monger. That's all he does. He figures that. I said yesterday, he reminds me of the NFL's version of what Tim Tebow was when he was at Florida. Like, he wasn't a great thrower. He wasn't a great passer. He wasn't the most accurate guy, but he always won. And when Florida had Tebow, you always believed that Florida was going to win. And when they lost, you couldn't believe it. And it wasn't because he was like, oh, my God, this guy's such an amazing passer. He just was the most unbelievable winner you ever saw. Like, to this day, Tim Tebow at Florida was one of the greatest college football quarterbacks of all time.
No doubt.
We all know he couldn't throw. He couldn't do anything.
He could only run. I mean, we knew this when he got to the NFL. We were stunned that he was drafted in the first round, right? So I think the Tim Duncan comp is fantastic because Tim Duncan wasn't flashy. He just won. He did everything he could to win the ball game, right? And that's why they won so many championships because he did his job. And that's what Jalen does. He does his job. He doesn't turn the football over. He takes care of the ball. And, it's not going to look great every week, okay? That's how the Eagles run. And we know Nick Sirianni's philosophy, efficiency. And the Eagles are pretty efficient. And you and I were talking about it before. Red zone efficiency is perfect. Number one this year. When they're in the red zone, they score. They put points up on the board. They have scored 20 or more points in 21 straight games.
Yeah, let me add something here. Let me add something to like the whole how little the Eagles care about what they look like. Okay. You remember they won a game a couple of years ago, and the report after the game was that Jeffrey Lurie was upset because they didn't throw the ball enough.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Lurie it's been reported that Lurie wanted to be a team with this flashy passing game. He's the owner of the team. He wanted this flashy passing game. When Jeffrey Lurie figured out that the best way to win is to do it that best fits your personnel, you don't hear those reports anymore. You don't hear Jeffrey Lurie being talked about saying, hey, this is the owner saying, hey, I want a team, it's like the Raiders, just win, baby. I want to throw the ball down the field. I want this, offense where the quarterback throws it 70 yards down the field. And Jeffrey Lurie got a taste of what winning a championship is like, and he decided, hey, I'm backing off those comments, man. I don't care what we look like. I don't care how we get it done. You know what I like to do? I like going down Broad Street, and guess what? So do all my fans in my fan base.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not pretty. I'll give you that. It's not pretty.
It's not pretty every week, but
it's every week. Yeah,
it can be pretty. It's like the Seinfeld episode with the girl in the bad light. Sometimes, she looks really good, and then he's like, "Hey, you're the Two-Face." He's like, "Oh, you're not the girl Jerry was with. You're a lot prettier than her."
Dude, when he gets in the car and the lighting's bad, and then like they're driving through and the lighting's fine again, it's like that's what the Eagles are. And then and we have to remember it's week 4, and they've beaten some really good teams. Kansas City rematch, Rams. They win on a last-second thing. Great, but the Rams are a really good football team. Tampa Bay, a place you don't win at. And you were worse last year at this time than you are this year. And you won a Super Bowl last year. You came away 4-0 instead of 2-2 at this point last year. I think that's a pretty good sign.
4th straight opponent this week, by the way, that made the playoffs last year. So you're getting everybody's best shot. You're getting rematches. The Rams coming back after you for a rematch. The Chiefs coming back after you for a rematch. Obviously, Tampa Bay, they beat you last year and thought that, hey, we're just as good as you, and we want to be in that conversation for number 1 seed in the NFC, and they couldn't get it done either. Now it's Denver's turn to say, hey, We think we are on that Super Bowl pedestal. And to do that and to prove that to people, we need to come after you and beat you.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game for the Birds. No question about it. And listen, they have been good. Like, the defense has been great. So I don't care how it looks. I don't care how Jalen looks. I don't care if he's at the top of the list, the bottom of the list. They find ways to win. They don't win like everybody else. And that's okay. That's how you are. You stand out. And by the way, no other team looks like the Philadelphia Eagles right now. Is there any other team that's really impressed so far? Not to my knowledge. Not from my red zone viewing there, Mike Gill. I haven't seen anybody that looks as good as the Philadelphia Eagles. They are dominant. They are on another level and find ways to win. Buffalo hasn't played anybody like the Philadelphia Eagles yet. They don't have that strength of schedule like the Birds. So, hey, listen, just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. Stop complaining. I tell Schweim all the time, he wants an aesthetically pleasing win on the weekends. I'm like, dude, who cares? It doesn't matter. It does not. I don't need aesthetically pleasing. Did they get the win today? They're not going to tie like the Cowboys, right? They got the win. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to do differently for your life on a Wednesday or a Thursday, like how that changes your life if you won by scoring 35 points as opposed to, they scored 31 points last week, by the way, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, they scored a lot. It's all right. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. Something that also doesn't look too great is a tush push. It's not aesthetically pleasing at all. And I want to play a bite from Sean Payton and what he had to say about the tush push in regards to the argument that was made against it this past summer. Take a listen.
The reason I stood up in favor of is pretty simple. If the powers to be don't want it for aesthetic reasons or competitive reasons, or it's hard to officiate, etc. But I've been involved in those meetings for a long time, and when all of a sudden health and safety was pulled into that, which might be the safest play in football, my nose kind of went up.
So, Sean Payton in favor of the tush push there. Mike Gill, response.
Hey, good for him. I mean, listen, he's right. The reason was that I said that this was a bad pitch is because they were saying health and safety, and you had 0% players hurt. Now, you did have Lane Johnson say that he got hurt on that tush push. This is where this stinger problem has come from. So we might now see that be thrown into the mix. But, hey, listen, Sean Payton is a guy that I think wants every tool in the tool chest. So if he can put that play into his book, he's going to find a way to utilize it. Now, I don't know that they use it all that much, the Broncos, but they have a quarterback and an offensive line. They have a really good offensive line, Denver does. Probably, if not the best, right up there with Philadelphia. And Philly's line has not been as good this season. So you could say that Denver maybe has the best offensive line in football. Nix is 6'2", about 220. He's a guy that you could probably run that play with. So, yeah, he's not going to try to get rid of something that he could utilize if he so chooses to.
No, and listen, it feels like when we talk about the tush push, it's only in regards to the Eagles because the Eagles are the only ones who really run it and run it effectively. The entire league, we have to remember, the entire league is allowed to run this play. Kellen Moore's tried it down in New Orleans and hasn't really worked that well. They don't run it correctly. So everyone has this at their arsenal. They're allowed to use it at this point this season until next year. Probably it'll get banned next year at some point. But we act like the Eagles are the only ones who are allowed to run this play. And the way it's talked about, anybody in the league can try this. They can copy the Philadelphia Eagles. And what do we call the NFL all the time? A copycat league. I'm stunned no one else has been able to figure this out. It amazes me. And Sean Payton, listen, you are right. He wants everything in the toolbox, right? He wants every tool in the tool shed, everything at his disposal. And, I agree with him. When they came out with that kind of argument with the injury part, no one really has gotten hurt until Lane this year for the most part. So that was a bad way to go about it and argue against the tush push for the safety because no one was really getting hurt anyway.
I agree with that. I also think if they did vote on it and they just said, watch this play, what do you think? They should get rid of it.
Are we agreeing too much today? Seriously, are we agreeing too much? Me and you are agreeing in lockstep today. It's unbelievable.
Well, you don't agree that they should get rid of the play.
I don't think they should.
I do think that, well.
I think the defense should be able to get a running start at least and make it even on both sides. I think that should happen.
Right. I'm not saying that I think they should get rid of it. I'm just saying that I think the play is not fair to the defense.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I think the defense should be able to have a chance to defend it. I'm right there with you on that. All right, moving along. Nugget number 3. I want to get this in before we get out of here. Phillies Interest Squad is coming up on Wednesday. By the way, they've sold like 29,000 tickets to this thing already.
I'm surprised you didn't
Crazy
get a
number.
nosebleed. I'm surprised you didn't go nosebleed for this.
I know. Oh, I don't even know if they're giving away nosebleed at this one.
Well, they did. They weren't, and then they sold the whole bottom bowl out immediately that they opened up the upstairs nosebleeds.
So I want to put this out there. Matt Breen from the Inquirer put this tweet out. The Phillies have sold 29,500 tickets for Wednesday's Intra Squad scrimmage at Citizens Bank Park. Limited tickets are left. Phillies will have more fans at a practice than 4 playoff teams averaged at home this season. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Teams? Do you know?
I don't know which 4 playoff teams it is. I will check that, though, for you. But 4 playoff teams did not average as much as the Phillies intra-squad game is getting. Craziness.
Ooh, Cincinnati, Toronto,
maybe Cleveland, Detroit.
Cleveland, and do you know the answer?
I think it's either
the number again. I have the list in front of me.
It's 29,500. So Cleveland, Toronto, Cincinnati, and who would be the other one?
Cincinnati and Cleveland are 2 of them.
Toronto is not? Someone else averages under
Detroit?
29,000? Well, Detroit was in first place all season long. You would think they would have been able to hold on. I know at the end they started to dip. Seattle, maybe? Boston's got a small stadium.
Fenway's small.
Yeah, it's a small.
Toronto averaged 35,000 attendance.
Wow.
Good for them. A little surprise.
Attendance was up across the league this year.
Yeah, a lot of
too,
people.
which is
Big
crazy.
Yeah. All right.
So there you go.
Answers? No. Doesn't have
No.
answers.
No,
All right.
I don't.
That's the Nuggets.
I might need to break it to you guys. That stat is a little incorrect.
Oh.
There's only 2 teams under 29,500 at MLB this year.
In the playoffs.
In the playoffs.
Just
in the
those 2.
playoffs.
Just those 2. Ohio, this is for you.
Wow.
All right. Well, more Sports Bash coming up. That's the Nuggets today. They're brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. All right, Nick, see ya.
Peace.
We'll do it again tomorrow. Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. When we come back, it is one thought every game. Do you believe it? Week 4 is in the books. 2 Monday nighters, a Thursday, and a full slate of Sunday games. We're breaking them all down with Casey Joyner from The Athletic, who joins us next. One thought every game. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, final hour of the show. We're busy, jam-packed hour, one thought every game coming up as the Eagles win, but did it feel like 2013 with their offense? A lot of people having the vibes of 2013, the way that season kind of ended, the way this one's starting. You're winning games, but do you have bigger problems on that offense? Their defense is the difference. In 2023, that defense fell apart. Sean Desai fired. Matt Patricia took over. This defense much better. Vic Fangio leading the way for this Eagle defense, and they're pretty good. We'll dive into them and how they looked against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now with Casey Joyner from The Athletic, who joins us for One Thought every game, and he's brought to you by BMW Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today at BMW Atlantic City in Egg Harbor Township. There he is, the football scientist from The Athletic. Joins us every week for One Thought every game right now on the Sports Bash Live. Week 4 in the books with 2 Monday Night Football games last night, both pretty bad. But we'll dive into all the Week 4 matchups, Casey. Let's start with this Eagles offense and see what you're seeing there. Obviously, A.J. Brown doesn't seem happy. He's putting out tweets. The Eagles are winning games. But do you see something from their offense that is starting to alarm you?
A bit. I did an article for The Athletic this week. It was on bounce back, players who have played better or worse in fantasy football than expected, and if that's going to continue. And I looked at the Eagles receivers were the top part of that article. And the thing I looked at was that Nick Sirianni, he says, I don't care if a boring team we're going to win. I think they're going by, I'll give you a stat real quick, that if a team, when you run the football versus passing the football, according to the study I looked at here, you've got like it's 4 times as likely to have turnovers on a pass play as a run play. And it's something that if you get to win a turnover about by 1 or 2, your win rate is just exceptionally high. I think the Eagles say, we're just not going to turn the ball over. Like in every game plan, that's what we're going to do. That's why you've got a terrible Bucs defense, and Jalen Hurts only throws 6 vertical passes. By the way, he threw 4 of those to A.J. Brown. It's not like Brown wasn't targeted, but 6 vertical passes against one of the worst vertical pass defenses in the league. I think the Eagles say, yep, and you know what? We're going to not turn the ball over, and if we don't turn the ball over, we're going to win a ton. So I think they're going to stick with that as long as they can. But again, if A.J. Brown mutinies, then we got to see if they might have to make a change to keep somebody happy.
Yeah, A.J. had 9 targets. Just why can't they, be successful targets? He had 10 targets the week before, and he had a good week, obviously, against the Rams. So that is the next thing is how is their passing game different? What are they not maximizing in the pass game if you watch them?
I split vertical passes up into 2 categories. Actually, it's more like there's stretch vertical and there's vertical. Vertical is 11 to 19 yards. A lot of it's based off the route tree. So like a dig route goes to 18 yards, like a seam route, quick seam, or is skinny post, maybe something like that nature. These things are all going to be between the 11 and 19 yard category. They're medium depth. If you're talking short, medium, long, and very long, they're medium depth passes. So you get something out of them, but not as risky as deep passes. Here's the thing: 6 vertical passes for the Eagles this week. 4 of them are at the medium depth level. 4 of them are at the stretch vertical level, and 2 are at the vertical level. So they're not throwing those medium passes like that. They're either going long with go routes, things of that nature, trying to stretch the defense deep, and where Hurts can go either I'm going to get a completion, or I'm going to overthrow my receiver. That's where they're at. If you don't throw 2 medium passes all game, you're just not testing. You're not getting those digs. You're not getting those certain routes there, and it's leaving a lot on the table. So it's like the passing is either we hit a home run or we get nothing. It's Dave Kingman style throwing.
Well, let's look at the run game, because last year they were superior to everybody in the run game. They had a 2,000-yard rusher. Now they seemingly can't get 20 yards rushing. They are really struggling in the run game. What's the problem?
The problem is that teams are – it's a number of different things. Hurts or Barkley, by the way, when you're looking at historical backs who rush for 2,000 yards, they typically rush for about 1,200 yards the year after. I mean, there's an exception, but Barry Sanders had the most in the year following, and only not even like 1,400 yards. So the idea that Barkley isn't doing as well is a big thing. I think teams are now realizing that, hey, if the Eagles are going to play this, we're not going to go deep with things and play a stink and dunk. We can still sit back in 2 high shells. We're going to make sure we come down here. We're not necessarily going to bring a guy down to the box. We're really going to kind of crowd the box. We're going to look to stop the run. We just want to make sure Barkley doesn't get breakaway runs. We're going to do things just to keep that from happening. And Barkley's a breakaway back, but if you do certain things on defense, it's going to be really difficult for an offense to do that. And since the Eagles can't pass teams out of getting on there and paying more attention to the run because they're only going to dink and dunk or throw all or nothing passes deep, it's one of those things where, they're going to keep doing this. The Eagles will say, fine, as long as this is working, we don't care if we only get 80 yards on the ground because we're not turning the ball over. It comes back to that again. I think it's all about not turning the ball over, but it's like you guys got to find big plays. I think Brown's right in that you either got to hit the ball deep, you got to throw those medium passes, or you got to do something. Even if you only do that to break up the run game, you got to do something there. But you've got to get more big plays because if you don't get big plays in the NFL, you don't win.
Yeah, well, obviously, and we saw that from the other side, too, because the big stat in this game was when they blitzed Jalen Hurts, he was successful. It's when they stopped showing the blitz that he had some problems. What does that tell you?
Tells me that, again, if you're sitting back and playing those shell coverages and you're playing, if the Eagles say, we're going to play it safe, and you on defense say, we're going to play it safe, okay, you're not going to get anything. When they risk, and then you could say, hey, now you've given us a risk. Now you're giving us the reward opportunity going deep. But that's great. But if you're going to just play, you're going to play safe like we're going to play 2 cover, 2 shell, and you're going to sit and people keep underneath. Hey, it's going to be tough because it's. I think that's what it is. That's what the Eagles are going to come down to. I think the Eagles, frankly, are going to have to lose a game playing this approach. As long as they keep winning playing this approach, they'll be boring as can be and say, look, we're not going to take these chances. We're going to keep winning the turnover battle. We're going to keep winning games. I don't think it serves them well long term because that's not what last year's team did. Last year's team was still hitting some big plays and not turning the ball over. They got to find that combination because right now, I think, again, they're a little complacent because they're not turning the ball over and they're winning. But I think they need to lose one in order to shake this up.
What about the Eagles defensively and what they're able to do right now? Because right now it's apparent that they're up 3 scores in that game, and they said, you're not going to score 3 touchdowns on our defense, so they get ultra-conservative.
They do, and Baker Mayfield, you talk about stretch vertical passing, that 20 yards or more. Baker Mayfield, 2 of 6 for 149 yards, 24.8 yards per attempt, and 2 touchdowns. They did 2 long passes to ring in Ibuka, but you can't give those up. I mean, that's the thing. If the other team's getting 24.8 yards per attempt on their stretch vertical passes, and Jalen Hurts is getting 5.5 yards per attempt, you're leaving a lot of, it's a big play disparity. Fine, you're winning the turnover battle, but you're losing a big play battle. And that you can, again, you'd rather be on the turnover battle than the big play battle. If you had to pick one, you could do that. But the Eagles didn't have to pick one last year. And the thing is, their coverage, I have those metrics to talk about, those ranking charts I have. The Eagles, I've downgraded all their cornerbacks this past week. I downgraded Reed Blankenship. I mean, just they're not playing anywhere near as well as they did last year. They're not bad. They're not terrible. Not like green-rated cornerbacks. They're all, some are dropping down to yellow, but they've got more talent than this. It's like you can't. Again, this is you've got to get more back to shutdown passing because you can't give up big plays like that because the minute you lose the turnover battle, you're going to lose games.
All right, that is the Eagles 31-25. They win. And they get to 4-0. Well, they'll play the Broncos this week. We'll talk Eagles-Broncos on Thursday with Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash. Let's get into one thought every game and see what happened here as the Chiefs and the Ravens. 37-20. Obviously, the Ravens, a big story all of a sudden. Looks like Lamar Jackson could be out. But how were the Chiefs able to finally bounce back and look like the Chiefs?
They played the Ravens defense. The Ravens have arguably it might be the worst defense in the league. I was running some numbers last night for an article for The Athletic, and the Ravens are the worst team in the league in fantasy points allowed on planned rush plays. Their coverage metrics are just awful. They're bad across the board. They don't cover the tight end well. You can pick your metric. They're not good. And their offense, I mean, it's one of those things where you play the Spagnuolo defense. Spagnuolo can make you drive a bunch to get downfield, and he can keep certain things in check. And if you can have big plays like Chiefs did, Ravens can't. That's what happens. And the Ravens, I can tell you, they got tough games coming up. If they lose a couple more games, this season might be essentially over for them.
Yeah, it looks like if he misses some games here, right, 1-3, this might be very difficult for them to come back from. One thought every game. Let's go to the Rams and the Colts. This was a fun game. Matthew Stafford showing some heroics here as they come back to beat, I guess, a Colts team that we're taking for real.
We are. Colts were playing good defense for a while there. I mean, the fourth quarter, 2 fourth quarter touchdown passes in the last 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That loses the game. They've been playing really well up until then. Taylor's running well. They've got, like I said, they've got some really good defenders. They're a solid defense. They're maybe a B plus on a good day. And Jones has shown that he's pretty good, but you got to give Stafford a bunch of credit. I mean, what he is coming into the season, we don't think he's going to play because he got the back and he throws for 375 yards and 3 touchdowns against a really good defense. And Nakua 13 for 170. I mean, this is a Rams team that if you can't find a way to stop certain players on their team, you're going to have trouble beating them.
One thought every game. Jags 26, Niners 21. The Jags How about ETN going crazy here after contact? But the Jags look like they might be for real.
They do. Their defense, by the way, I ran some numbers on that article last night, too. They just got posted at The Athletic here. Their cornerbacks are shutdown cornerbacks. They're really good. I was like, wow, surprised at how good their metrics are. This is a team that can play really strong defense. But think about Cohen's offense and things. Etienne's looking great. Tootin's getting nothing, so Etienne's doing well. But if Etienne starts to wear out, you've got Tootin back there, and Lawrence is playing smart football. And they're not even getting much out of Thomas right now. If you imagine Lawrence and Thomas playing better, and they could be even better than this. I mean, they got the Chiefs coming up this week. If they beat the Chiefs, this team's for real.
All right, let's go one thought every game. Let's go to the Dublin game there. How about Aaron Rodgers getting the ball out quickly to the playmakers, making things happen? They win 24-21.
He's one of those things where Brian Flores is such a great defense, and he can make quarterbacks, that whole famous thing of seeing ghosts and all. Well, Rodgers ain't going to see ghosts. Rodgers has seen everything, and you could throw whatever you want at him, and he's going to be able to read it very well. To go 18-22 against the Flores defense, again, maybe Dinkin and Duncan, but 18-22 for 200 yards, nearly 10 yards per attempt against the Flores defense, not throw any picks. I mean, it speaks volumes. And Minnesota, hey, if his defense doesn't do what it does, I mean, Wentz did okay, but he threw a couple picks, and they're not a team that can't win under this scenario with Wentz or what they have at quarterback. They have to have a great defensive performance. And you face Rodgers, they didn't get it.
One thought every game. Let's go to this one. We had a big spread. The Saints were hanging in there. And look, they kept trying to pressure Allen. Allen eventually caught on to them and put the Saints, who fought hard, admirable, but they lost.
And I kept thinking the Buffalo's not going to treat this like a trap game because they got the Patriots coming up next week. But they did. It looked like they didn't take it as seriously as they should have. And the Saints, they figured the Saints would just give in, and the Saints didn't. So give credit to the Saints for playing hard there. But the thing is, Allen coming back and throwing those passes, he's still number one in the NFL MVP odds right now. Because when it comes down to it, he's not a great statistical year, but hey, it's 21-19 in the fourth. You need to make some plays, and he does. If they keep doing that, he keeps taking that approach, and their defense has the ability to play even better than they did. Right now, I've got Buffalo's the best team in the AFC.
Okay, one thought every game. How about the Lions? Are they the best team in the NFC? People were questioning them, but it looks like this offense, Goff, St. Brown, clicking again. All 7 targets for St. Brown. He gets 2 touchdowns, 70 yards. It looks like Ben Johnson not needed.
Not needed, no. And the thing is, I mean, look at Dave Montgomery, 9 rushes for 12 yards. Look at that. And you go Jared Goff, 168 yards. You go, boy, that's a bad game. And Laporte only catches 3 passes. Williams, too. You think, boy, they didn't do very much. Yeah, you know something? They got a punt return for a touchdown, and they still are. They could be highly efficient when they need to be. Only 4.9 yards per play, but they can be highly, highly efficient when they need to be. So scoring 34 points this game, you look at it and you go, man, they to get that what they did with that performance. This offense has room to be even better. But Cleveland's defense, by the way, give them credit. Cleveland, if nothing else, they've got a good defense and a good ground game. They just don't have much else.
We thought the Giants would have a good defense. Well, we saw it finally on Sunday. It helped them win a game, and a surprising win against a very good defensive Charger team. And you get Jackson Dart, and the Giants win 21-18.
Yeah, again, the guy only throws for 111 yards, but he had that rushing touchdown, and they have a really good front forward. They can get after the passer. They truly can. And the thing is, I think what helped them out is that they got up to that lead. They get up 10-0 lead early second quarter. And now the Chargers have been liking to, okay, we're going to run the ball. We're not going to run the ball. We're going to throw the ball a lot because Herbert was leading the league in passing yards going into week 4. But once you start getting him into a situation where you get in more predictable situations, now you can sit back and play differently, and they can't threaten the run. Because Hampton got 128 yards, but Herbert only threw for 203 yards. You get barely over 5 yards per attempt. So, the Giants have a good defense, and maybe Dart's what they did. Maybe they can finally start playing up their talent level. Too bad they lost Neighbors.
Yeah, Neighbors going out. We'll see how that ends up working out for them. Let's go Bears and Raiders. One thought every game. A block field goal in this game. 25-24, the Bears winning on a block field goal. But Caleb Williams, rough start, but start throwing the ball to the wide receivers, and they helped him out.
Odunze's been fantastic this year. He's got Olamide Zaccheaus being his third receiver, third most targeted receiver in this game. So that tells you something. Zaccheaus is all right, but he should be a 4 in this league. And They've got more talent than they have. But Williams, yeah, I mean, people kept talking about funny things when they got in the preseason. It's like, oh, look how terrible he is. Look, Ben Johnson's a really good play caller, and Williams is a really good talent. They've got a lot of talent there, and the Raiders defense is not playing that particularly well. I got to give the Raiders credit though. Genty breaking out like the Bears defense is pretty bad, and Genty looked really good. But also Geno Smith, 3 picks against a really bad Bears defense. The Raiders might have some problems at quarterback.
All right, one thought every game. Falcons, Commanders. I mean, the Falcons lose 30-0 the week before. Commanders put up 41 against the Raiders. How do you explain this one? Well, Michael Penix and Bijan Robinson, both with career high. Penix, 313 yards passing, and Robinson had 181 scrimmage yards.
He did, and yeah, I mean, 106 yards receiving. Robinson is that good. In fact, his coach says, his head coach says that he's the best player in the league. Okay, tell me, explain somebody who isn't. I mean, I know Josh Allen's going to win the MVP this year if things ended right now, but Robinson's the best player in the league, and they're finding ways to get him the ball even more often. He's got 21 touches, and Penix, yeah, he had the bad week the week before, and Washington's defense is what it is, but they found ways to be able to get Penix some favorable reads and such, and 3 out of 13 yards. The thing is, I don't think Penix is as good as he showed in this game, and he's not as bad as he was the week before. So kind of a streaky player. And if you catch him on the right day, this is what can happen to you.
All right, one thought every game. The Texans have been miserable, but they were good enough to shut out the more miserable Titans. C.J. Stroud, don't blitz him, and he went crazy. 19 of 24, 192 touchdowns. The Titans, no pressure.
None, and mind you, that's all the Texans. If the Texans had a good offensive line, this would be a dangerous team. And the Titans, I'm not even going to repeat what Ward said, but he was right. They are terrible. They're they're easily the worst team in the league right now. I'm looking at their schedule going, I don't know that I see a win. I don't think they'll go winless, but I'm like, I'm not seeing a win on their schedule. And the Texans, all they got to do, if you can't get after Stroud, this is what's going to happen to you. So not surprising they won. I mean, more than much as they did, but it speaks more for how bad the Titans are. And how
if you can't get a pass rush against that offensive line, you got big problems.
Oh yeah. If it's not the worst in the league, it's pretty darn close. It's banged up too, but. Woody Marks, by the way, what a fantastic game for him. And now they're going to make him their lead back. I think he's got a lot of upside. They can run block at least.
One thought every game. Blowout. Panthers won 30-0 last week. This week they lost 42-13 to the Patriots. And Drake May, very efficient, short, sweet, to the point. 14 of 17, 203, and 2 touchies.
They do. And the thing is, the Panthers, I think, they've been an up and down team. And I remember I've talked the last couple weeks, yeah, they're really fighting. If you've got a team that has to, Bill Walsh used to say that you didn't want to have your team have emotional effort every week. You could count on that 3 or 4 times a year, maybe at most, but you had to just set a standard of where you were going to be at, and it didn't have to have emotion because you just can't ride that wave. I think the Panthers tried to ride that wave for a couple weeks. It crashed last week, and that's why they crashed. And unless they can start setting that standard level, this kind of thing's going to happen to them because the Patriots, they're not a great team, and for you to allow 42 points against them, that speaks pretty badly for where Carolina is.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go to the Monday Night Football recaps from last night. Dolphins, that's an ugly game. The Jets are really bad. The Dolphins win their 10th straight home game against Miami. Obviously, Miami loses Hill. That was a gruesome injury, but they were good enough to beat the lowly Jets.
And mind you, the Dolphins are missing 2 starting cornerbacks. So you've got Fields going out there going 20-27 for 226 yards, and he's rushing well. He's getting 81 yards and a touchdown. If you said that before the game, say Fields is going to do that well, be like, well, there's no way they lose this game. They're that good. Their defense is nowhere near as good as it should be, and they're playing below their talent level. And there was that report that came out that said that the head coach was screaming at them so loudly he could be heard through the walls. The Jets look like this could be a long year for them. I think Miami could have some problems too, but the Jets right now, if it weren't for the Titans or the Panthers, especially the Titans, they'd be the worst team in the league.
Then you got the Broncos over 500 yards in the win there. How about this on the flip side? The Bengals are the first team to be held under 200 total yards 3 times in their first 4 games. The last time this happened, Jamarcus Russell was the quarterback of the 09 Raiders. That team is offensively challenged, and they are defensively horrendous.
When they had the injury a couple years ago, and Burrow went down and Browning came in, that was at a time of the year where they had some momentum and things. They knew what kind of team they were, and Browning just had to try and keep that going. And he did okay during those weeks. He wasn't a bad quarterback, but the last 2 weeks he's had to face Brian Flores' defense. He had to face the Broncos' defense, which is much talent as any in the league on the road too. I think those 2 situations made it bad. The thing is, when you start getting into this sort of situation and you're outscored 76-13 in back-to-back weeks and your offense looks as bad as it does, you got to wonder if the team isn't getting, if it's like, hey, if the team starts to question, if they say, hey, we don't think we can win, head coach is going to have to go and you're going to make big changes. That's what the Bengals look like right now. They're that kind of a team about to collapse. And give the Broncos credit. They come in there in your place and you destroy them like that. If you're the Broncos, if you get Super Bowl aspirations, that's what you ought to do, and they did.
Yeah, and they're going to play Philly this week, so we'll see how that matchup goes. But they got a really good offensive line. Denver does. Their defense is really good. That should be an interesting match there. You feel almost bad for Taylor, though. I mean, you build this team, you give them no offensive line and a quarterback and 2 receivers, and then the quarterback gets hurt. Like, what do I do with this?
And they've invested in the O-line some over the years. Not like they haven't done anything there. It's just the offensive line keeps getting banged up and things just don't pan out. It's like they're just a snake bit franchise. And, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. As soon as he went down, I mean, even though they came back and won that game and where he got injured things, as soon as he went down, you could just feel the air go out of the Cincinnati bubble. That's why I said if it was later in the year and they already established who they were as a team, I think this might be different. But when you're this early in the year, I think the team just said, you know what? We're going to have Joe Burrow. We're done. And it feels like that's what the team feels like. If that's the case, again, if Taylor doesn't get it turned around, he's going to be employed soon.
All right, that's one thought every game. Of course, Casey Joyner from The Athletic has it for you on Tuesdays. On Thursday, we will preview all of the Week 5 games on the schedule, including a Thursday night football game. It's a pretty good one this week, the Thursday night football game. It is San Fran and the Rams, I think, is your Thursday nighter. 2 3-1 teams for Thursday night football. We'll look at that. We'll look at the Eagles and the Broncos and the whole Week 5 schedule with one thought every game on Thursday with Casey Joyner from The Athletic. All right, man, we look forward to it.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
All right, there's Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, he is brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City in Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. So, real quick, those Monday night games last night, the Denver game, they play the later game. It was an 8:15 start for them, and they dominated that game. And I'll tell you one thing, we were talking earlier, I thought Knicks is better than I give them credit for. They're also very good defensively. I know that the Bengals are so challenged offensively, but Denver does have a very good defense. And some of the things you could see in that game last night is when you look at the Bengals, they scored 3 points in the game. But we just read the stat. They had under 200 total yards in the game. So you figure, okay, late in the game, you're up, and you're just dumping things off. You get some yards. They couldn't do anything last night. They have been so inept with Jake Browning. But I think a lot of that is this defense. They are active. They are all over the place. But that offense put up over 500 yards of total offense this week. Now, the Bengals' defense is atrocious. But Denver had its most yards in a game since 2014. I believe the quarterback was Peyton Manning. They outgained the Bengals by 353 yards last night. I mean, are you kidding me? Time of possession, 37:58. They ran 80 plays. The Bengals ran 43 plays last night. I mean, that game wasn't a fair fight. And when you beat someone that soundly in the NFL, that's an eye-opening win, as Casey Joyner mentioned. That's the kind of game that gets you on track. Like, they didn't look impressive in their win against Tennessee. They didn't look impressive in their loss against Indianapolis. The Charger game, like, you're not like, wow, look at this team. They basically were disappointing their first 3 weeks of the season. Now, I don't know what to make of the fact that they won that game last night the way that they did. Like, hey, have they now found themselves? We'll find out on Sunday when they come to Philadelphia.
By the way, did you know that last night Bo Nix did something that only 2 other Broncos have done more than him?
Did I know that? No.
So,
I was like, are you going to tell me? You asked me a very rhetorical question there.
Well, I mean, you were kind of reciting off stats, so I didn't know if you saw the one number. But so when Nix did last night with his passing yards, and rushing touchdown, along with the 2 passing touchdowns, the only quarterback, because Nix done it for the first time in his career last night, The only quarterbacks do it more than him are some guys named John Elway and Brian Greasy.
Yeah, 326 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing. He did throw an interception in the game. He was blitzed 9 times, more blitzes than they had as a team through their first 3 games combined, 8. So they sent the extra rushers trying to get to him. They could not do it. So that's something to keep an eye on when the Eagles play Bo Nix on Sunday. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports is back, and we're going to get his take on – he was at the game. We're going to get his thoughts on everything Eagles with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports. Does he think that this A.J. Brown thing is going to turn into something bigger than it actually is, or we saw this last year and they're ready to move on? We'll talk to Jeff Kerr about that. Plus, he was at Citizens Bank Park today for the meeting with Dave Dombrowski. Anything from that we should be in on? We'll talk to Jeff Kerr next on the Sports Bash. All right, 5:33. We got another final Cubs win. They beat the Padres 3-1, and earlier today the Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1. So 2 games with not a lot of offense in them. I know Jeff Kerr, CBS 3, covers the Phillies. CBS Sports covers the NFL. He was over at Citizens Bank Park today. We'll get a quick couple takes on the Phillies. Jeff, I tell you these 2 scores because offense has been a premium, and we know that's been a problem for the Phillies in these playoff runs here. The one question I would have for you today, Dave Dombrowski spoke, which oddly, the Eagles air every single coordinator press conference, and Dave Dombrowski, the president of the team, speaks, and I can't find audio or video of it anywhere. But did he have anything about these platoons? Do we anticipate seeing the platoons, anything like that, once these playoffs start on Saturday?
Yeah, Mike, it is funny. We were wondering that, too, if there was any audio or video of it. Good thing we recorded it. But to be honest with you, he was asked more of, trusting his guys. Like, at the trade deadline, Dave Dombrowski said, hey, look, we can say about Harrison Bader, we can say about Johan Duran, and they're here, but we got to trust the guys in our own clubhouse, too, like Brandon Marsh, like Bryson Stock, guys like that. And, look, he was very appreciative of being able to stick by these guys. And, Max Kepler was another one of them. It does look like to me, just reading between the tea leaves, that this platoon thing is going to stick. Harrison Bader's going to be their center fielder. Max Kepler will probably play right field against the left-handed pitching. He believes they're more equipped to handle left-handed pitching this time around than they were last year. But I'll say this, too, watching the whole full workout, Nick Castellanos is hitting some bombs in batting practice today.
Well, obviously they're going to need Nick and him in his role, I would imagine, against left-handed pitching if they face some lefties. And obviously, if they face the Dodgers and the Dodgers sweep, they would face Ohtani in game number 1. The pitching, do we anticipate, speaking of lefties, that it will be the lefty? Did they play their hand at that at all today?
They did not. So it's more of, look, we don't have to give our roster till Saturday. We don't have to really give anything away until we have to give it away. So, I mean, it does look like, just based on how they set it up last week, it's probably, I would guess it's going to be, Sanchez game 1. Well, I don't have to guess that one. Sanchez will be game 1. Ranger will be game 2, and Luzardo will be game 3.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS 3. Covers the Phillies. He's in the car right now driving home from Citizens Bank Park, but you also wrote over at CBSSports.com in your NFL overreactions. A.J. Brown, give me your thoughts on where this thing is heading. We have seen this from him before. Is this the time to be alarmed, or is this all just an overreaction?
It's just an overreaction. I really feel like the A.J. Brown frustration, if you want to call it that, it stems from this offense it's not where you want it to be, right? They're not getting the run game going. They're not using the pass as efficiently to set up the run. And A.J. Brown wants to help with that. Like, he's A.J. Brown, right? He's a game changer. He's probably the best pound-for-pound player on this football team, and he can help. And he wants to do that. He wants to be able to help this team get this run game going, and I just don't think they want to do that. I think it's very risk-averse right now. The Eagles pride themselves on not turning the football over and letting other people make mistakes, and can you blame them? They won 20 of 21 games. It's working, but sometimes you can have your cake and eat it too, and maybe this is a way to kind of get the passing game going a little bit.
Yeah, I know last year after the Super Bowl, he talked about how the Super Bowl was unfulfilling and that he doesn't do it for accolades and money and clothes. He does it for the grind. He wants the grind. And I'm thinking, if you can't be fulfilled by winning the Super Bowl, like he said, he couldn't celebrate. He didn't really know what to do. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. He's like, I don't really know how to celebrate these victories. You wonder if this is just his inner battle of, like, not being fulfilled if he doesn't contribute.
I mean, he's celebrating pretty good in the locker room at the Super Bowl. So, I'm curious where that all came about. I know he posted that on Instagram like 2 days later. Maybe maybe it's like you said, Mike. And
Well,
look,
he said,
I'm not gonna
he's like, I tried, I had a cigar. I was, I don't drink, but I like basically, he had seen other champions drink and smoke cigars, and he thought like that's what he had to do. And he's like, I was a little tipsy, I'm not going to lie, but I wasn't fulfilled by that.
Yeah. It's weird, right? And look, I'm not going to break down A.J. Brown's mental health or his personal struggles or that, but, maybe it's just he has to find a way to keep himself motivated at times.
And that's why I wonder. That's why I wonder if this is just an overreaction. We saw this last year, or is this one the one that finally that there is some more? Is there a bigger picture to this that will finally, like the pot will start to boil here?
Yeah, look, I don't think he's frustrated to that end, right? And, I've talked to A.J. Brown enough where you kind of understand, like, what's going on, right? And, obviously some stuff you got to keep confidential, but it just feels like to me this is what makes it tough, right? I just don't think this offense is where these players want it to be. And it's everybody. It's the offensive.
We're having a connection issue with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, talking a little Eagles. Of course, he covers the Eagles for CBS Sports. He wrote over at CBSSports.com that, this is an overreaction. He said this isn't a situation where Brown wants out. He was voted team captain for a reason. Brown sees a problem, and he's trying to make it right, even if he has to send a cryptic post out on social media. This isn't a big deal at the end of September. Is Brown frustrated? Sure, but this is much bigger than him. He's not a selfish player by any means. Quite the opposite. Brown wants to help the Eagles win games. A way to do that is getting the pass game going and setting up the run. The Eagles are trying to figure that out. When we talk to Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, we'll kind of break that back down here, because when you think about this, and as Jeff points out in his piece about this, the Eagles are 4-0. They somehow find ways to win, and then this comes out. And this gets all the attention. Is this kind of something of what they need? And, Jeff, you mentioned you have talked to A.J. Brown before. You don't think this is a situation where, he's trying to send a message to somebody that he doesn't want to be here anymore, or that there is some sort of internal strife with a particular player or coach, do you?
No. Look, I don't think this is a situation where A.J. Brown doesn't want to be in Philadelphia at all. He loves Philadelphia. I just think I think in today's age of social media, people just want to decode and overreact to every single thing someone says. And, he's done it before, but when has he said straight up, and I want to be traded, or I don't want to be here, or I'm tired of this situation? He's never really done that. And I think that's what's so frustrating. Like, everybody is so scarred by something that happened 20 years ago with Terrell Owens, where they think A.J. Brown's just going to sit in the driveway and do sit-ups and be upset and blame the quarterback and do this and do that. It's like, this isn't going to happen. It's just, sometimes I think you just got to let some stuff be at times, and I think this is one of them. Like, it's just, he needs to get a message out, and it just doesn't, it's like the whole Malcolm Jenkins, you're not listening thing. Like, there people in the Eagles organization are not listening to what A.J. Brown is saying, or what Devontae Smith is saying, or what certain guys are saying. And this is a way to, hey, look, there's the red flag. You got to pay attention here.
This is a team that's 4-0. They've won 20 out of 21 games. This is an unnecessary diversion of all that, though, isn't it?
Hey, look, I'm come from a different cloth. I like winning. So I wouldn't care if I had 2 yards or 222 yards, right? It's sometimes, even, and look, you want to contribute. I'm a competitive athlete. I bowl. I want to bowl well and win too, but sometimes when you shoot bad and you win, it kind of takes that away. Maybe it's geared different for AJ, but I'm sure he's thinking, hey, look, I get paid $30+ million a year. Like, you might want to do something about it.
Well, and listen, Jeff, he did have 9 targets in the game. He had 10 targets in the game against the Rams last week, but those 10 targets were fruitful. He had over 100 yards. He had a touchdown. So why 1 week 10 and it works, the next week 9? Is this on the quarterback? Is this on the play design? Is this on AJ?
Doesn't it feel like they were kind of forced targets? Like, it's a very simple offense.
No question.
And it's like, okay, I'm getting a target, but you're not really helping me out here, right? It's, let's just throw me the ball and there's a guy on me, or I'm only running a 4 or 5 yard route. Like, I'm not going deep. I'm not using my abilities, what you're paying me to use them for.
Right.
He's just kind of there, and you could see the frustration he had with the one catch he had. One of his 2 catches. It's like, really, this is what you got?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I'll tell you what, and I don't know. Hurts, after that hit, he looked like he was lost because none of these throws looked like they were in the right stratosphere. You're thinking, what the heck are you doing, throwing them at all? I don't know if he was out of it or what, but it did make sense that he was 0 for 8 in the second half and some of the decisions he was making, and then how inaccurate he was on some of those throws.
I agree with you. Yeah, after that hit, and it wasn't late or anything. It was just he got hit. It just felt like he wasn't the same player, and I'll have to go back and rewatch when he got hit and how many completions he had. Probably didn't have any at that point. But yeah, it was just one of those things. No one noticed it until you rewatch the game, and I noticed it when it happened. I'm like, oh, that might not be good. But I don't even know if he ever went in the blue tent. Mike, did they ever say if he went in the blue tent?
I did not see anything, but somebody did text me. I think Brooks Cabina did tweet out that he was in the tent very quickly, but nothing followed up from that.
It's funny, right? It's different for a quarterback than it is, say, another position. I wonder what went on when he went in there and got checked and went out, but I'm sure he'll be okay. But yeah, between that and that heat, I can imagine how everything kind of panned out.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, has way more on the NFL this week. Check him out over at CBSSports.com. And as he gets ready to cover the Phillies for their Red October run, CBS 3, and at Jeff Kerr NFL on the X platform. Jeff, safe driving, buddy.
Of course, Mike. I'm out of the Blue Route and 76, so we should be smooth sailing.
All right, man. Well, enjoy that drive. That's always a nice one. All right, Jeff Kerr, everybody, CBS Sports here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. He is a do-it-all, man. He is all over the place, covers everything. CBS Sports covers the NFL, and CBS 3 covers the Phillies. Check out his Phillies Weekly podcast as well. All right, we got Wild Card Baseball coming up. First pitch, Yankees Red Sox, 6:08 right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here. Tonight we got playoff baseball coming up next. Doubleheader for you, Yanks and Red Sox, followed by the Reds and Dodgers. Poll question at Mike Gill Show. Your votes all day long today. Who would you rather face, the Dodgers or the Reds? Now, this one seems like an easy one. 65% said the Reds. 34% said the Dodgers.
Those people forget one thing, Mike. The Reds beat you in Cincinnati this year.
Well, the Reds and the Phillies, 3-3 this season. The Phillies and the Dodgers. Phillies beat the Dodgers 4 out of 6.
Right.
But regular season baseball is hard, man. You don't know who's pitching that night,
True.
who's available, who's not available. But we know who's available for the Dodgers. Snell's pitching tonight. Yamamoto's pitching tomorrow. And if it gets to Game 3, it'll be Ohtani. And if they don't need a Game 3, you will then face Ohtani in Game number 1. Now, for the Reds, Hunter Green. They got good pitching.
Yes, they do.
They do.
I was going to say.
You got Hunter Green going tonight for them.
Yeah.
Abbott, I know, is going on Thursday. I don't know who the middle guy is.
Would it be Lodolo?
I don't think so. Well, that's not ringing a bell. I did see it earlier today, but not Lodolo's not pitching. I do know, which would set him up possibly that if Game 1 against the Phillies, Littell is pitching for them. Zach Littell is pitching Game 2 for them. So they got good pitching. They do have good pitching, the Dodgers. I mean, the Dodgers have good pitching, but the Reds have good pitching too. But tonight it's Green and Snell. Really good pitching matchup. Hunter Green, big strikeout guy, 2.76 ERA, 0.94 whip against Blake Snell, former Cy Young Award winner. That's the night game tonight. Coming up next, right here on 97.3 ESPN. It is Major League Baseball wild card playoffs, Red Sox and Yankees. And you can listen to every pitch of the Phillies playoff run right here on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, you can listen to playoff baseball on the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. That includes all Phillies baseball games. Have a great night, everybody.